Hello, everybody. How are you today? I've trained these little puppies for 2 days. I'm trying to get them to walk. So I kicked their foot out to try to give them an example of how to move forward, but that wasn't super effective. Let's see what they do. There's our little buddy sleeping, standing up, sleeping. Wake up, a little buddy. Wake up, a little buddy. Why you still got your sleep icon on for? Look at him kick that foot up. If he was on a skateboard, I'd be like, man, that's a hard 1 foot, yo. Whoosh. Yeah, you see, I kick it out, but they don't really seem to be able to understand if they need to continue on. So I'm thinking about one, randomizing it so not everybody gets that kick. So maybe they'll understand that the ones who do the kick out get a little bit of an extra score. And I also going to give them hot feet. Yes, I am. If you keep your feet there too long, they're going to start hurting you, little buddy. Yes, they will. Look at him. Look at him. He's trying. Miles Davis, son. All right. There's so much things going on when you try to stream programming. So many screens, it makes me want to scream. But rather I will just lean right back on this and smoke some green.
Show. So sorry. Couldn't make it to the studio today because of all the National Guard. Interesting how, until ICE and the military showed up, it was perfectly safe and easy to go downtown. Almost like there wasn't a problem until they made it one. Anyway, here's some news. I don't know why, but I kind of feel like talking about ICE. So let's. ICE. Cops, but somehow worse.
Just go, okay? Get out of here. I'm trying to do my thing, okay? I'm not hungry. Just get out of here.
I love you, I'm sorry. Now I feel bad. She's in town for only a week. Wanted to surprise me. Her and Greg. So, to catch everyone up, last week, ICE began to show up in Los Angeles to conduct raids and scoop people up, along with honorary ICE agent Dr. Phil, a title we should continue to use for him until he dies. The people of Los Angeles, noticing their neighbors being kidnapped, began to protest and revolt. Donald Trump, being a very good president who knows how to unite the country and de-escalate situations, called in the big guns to keep the peace, and also maybe crash on your couch if you got room. He also claimed the city was under siege, but weirdly isn't invoking the Insurrection Act, but rather potentially illegally invoking a different, more obscure law instead. Perhaps because the Insurrection Act requires actual evidence of the city being under siege. Maybe he just meant that Steven Seagal lives here, which also actually isn't true, I think. 5 Pinocchios for Mr. Trump. Anyway, sure seems like he wants to do a martial law and give ICE a reason to be even worse and more violent. But this video isn't about that, or these specific raids, or how big of a tool Dr. Phil is. After all, this will be and has been just one of many stories of civil unrest and general chaos caused by a group of masked and often ununiformed dudes going around kidnapping people from random cities in America. Unless you're deemed useful by Trump and his rich friends, of course, specifically in red states and rural areas, until he changes his mind again at some point. It's hard to keep up. There was a possible political assassination or two today, a military parade, countless protests, a war. By the time we finish filming this, we all might be some kind of mutant Mothmen. And while we will surely have multiple videos about these crises, for the purposes of this video, we are going to ask a few straightforward questions. What is ICE, and where did it come from? Who are ICE, and is this normal? And when I say normal, I of course mean normal for America, a country that isn't really normal. So let's start with what's new with ICE. The US Immigration and Customs Enforcement has been around for a little while, which we'll get to, but what is happening now that's making everyone way more pissed off and scared? For one, and perhaps the most basic and metaphorical example of the larger problem, ICE didn't always wear masks to hide their identity. That is a new trend. One that the current ICE director, Todd Lyons, claims is to protect the agents themselves.
People are out there taking photos of the names, their faces, and posting them online with death threats to their family and themselves. So I'm sorry if people are offended by them wearing masks, but I'm not going to let my officers and agents go out there and put their lives on the line and their family on the line because people don't like what immigration enforcement is.
Yeah, it must be scary when people go after you and your family, Todd. I'm not for threatening the lives of anyone, not even Greg. But I feel like people have been threatening cops for a while now. It's kind of part of the job. People have been making songs threatening cops for decades. Good songs, often. You walk around with a gun telling people what to do, one imagines those people would want some accountability for those gun-carrying people, and to identify who is doing that. And some people go too far, which doesn't mean we shouldn't have that right. Anyway, wah, says Todd. Todd is sad that their agents might have their personal lives disrupted because people are mad that they are breaking into homes without a warrant. That is new, by the way. It used to be that ICE couldn't just smash your door down, but they found a new fun way around that. Specifically, Trump is abusing an old wartime law, aka the Alien Enemies Act, to game the system so that ICE agents can bust right into homes if they suspect there's a gang member inside. His reasoning here is that the Tren de Aragua gang is an invading force, which doesn't really make sense, and makes less sense since ICE is seemingly considering everyone from Venezuela a member, or rather, anyone existing in a building they suspect has Tren de Aragua inside of it. Doesn't really matter who you are. ICE has actually created a point system they use to determine if you are in that gang or not. I guess once you pass a certain high score, you get booted out like a kid with too many tickets at an arcade. Some of the things that will get you points are, and this is real life, communicating with any known gang members, having any tattoos or clothing they've decided is associated with the Tren de Aragua gang, or being in any group photos that also have gang members in them. Boy, if we did this with other crimes, then Elon Musk would be gonzo by now, huh? Certainly the actual current president would be. You also get a lot of points for saying you're a gang member, either verbally or in writing. I know that sounds like a slam dunk, but this includes, quote, lawful interception of communications, meaning that you could jokingly say you're a gang member in a text and probably get nailed. And of course, this has a snowball effect, right? One of the things that gets you tagged is if a cop or witness IDs you as a gang member. But say they are wrong. Well, that doesn't just affect you now, but anyone you live or hang out with or take pictures with, and so on. You could, in theory, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon this all the way to anyone you wanted, including Kevin Bacon. Also, and this is pretty key, even if they were a gang member, none of this makes sense because gangs aren't the same as wartime invaders. And even if they were, which they're not, it still doesn't make sense because everyone has the right to due process. Period. No. Exclamation point! The Alien Enemies Act still requires due process. The Supreme Court, assuming they are listened to, have made that clear. Because how else do you know if they are criminals? You have to do the process to find that out. That's why they call it that. No, it's not. Shut up, Cody. Currently, many of the Venezuelans who were sent to the prison in El Salvador had no criminal record besides being in the country without documentation. A civil offense. Oh wow, I guess having a point system is bad. In terms of whether Trump can legally use the Alien Enemies Act in general, the Supreme Court seems to be avoiding the issue, opting instead to rule on the logistical aspects around the bigger question. Probably because they're cowards, maybe? I don't know. They've also been walking into elementary schools and churches, ICE, not the Supreme Court, which isn't new, by the way. Turns out that Trump didn't need some fancy wartime loophole to do that. They could just always do that, but had an Obama-era policy saying they wouldn't. Trump simply undid that policy, which perhaps was a good policy to have. Even if you like Trump and think that gangs are a problem in the United States, certainly the purpose of detaining them would be to make the streets safer and more peaceful. So how does this achieve that?
Definitely a chaotic scene on Eureka Street Thursday as Worcester police and ICE agents detained a mother and her 16-year-old daughter. That girl's face slammed into the ground as she was taken into custody. They have not been identified. Worcester police said officers were dispatched to the area for a report of a federal agent surrounded by about 24 people. When police arrived, they say the teen daughter was holding a newborn baby in her arms and standing in front of the ICE vehicle that was trying to leave with their mother inside.
That is the story of Roseanne Ferreira de Oliveira, a Worcester resident who... Worcester? No way. Do I have to? A Worcester resident who got a phone call from her daughter saying that she, along with her 3-month-old baby, had been pulled over by ICE, who were now going to arrest them.
It's crazy what's going on in the world right now, and how much the right wing is still clamoring for more. I mean, they say the sanctity of life is important, that the baby that's in the womb is a life all its own, yet they don't care really about the rights of that life, really, other than just as a debate topic, performative gestures. It's hard to even look at. It's hard to accept. I'm not even going to go into the corpse that just gave birth because of the right wing's clamoring for purity and religious conformity.
They needed Roseanne to come and get the baby because they were being detained. And when Roseanne went outside to help, ICE arrested her instead. The entire situation was a ruse to get her outside. Her kid and grandkid were bait, and the daughter and neighborhood reacted accordingly. The way you'd react if someone came into your quiet street and kidnapped someone you knew. Not a gang member, not even in selfies with a gang member. According to the Department of Homeland Security, Roseanne was a, quote, violent criminal illegal alien with a prior arrest for, quote, assault and battery with a dangerous weapon. That weapon? A phone charging cable. She got into a fight with her daughter with a phone charging cable. And because of that, ICE came and slammed her daughter on the ground and arrested everyone, including a bystander who got involved, while everyone else screamed and cried and tried to help. Justice served. Justice served. So much better than someone hitting someone with a phone charging cable. You get it, right? It's like evil, Perhaps if Los Angeles or other cities were actually overrun by gang crime like in a RoboCop or a Death Wish, I'd actually be concerned with that. But currently, the only gang causing trouble is ICE. They make everything worse, including crime. We'll talk about this more in another episode, but undocumented immigrants are extremely useful when it comes to helping police deal with gangs and other crimes. They report crimes, are witnesses to crimes, even step in and stop crimes themselves. Imagine if you're in a domestic situation or being mugged or getting murdered, and the only witness is undocumented. Don't you want that person to feel safe reporting that crime? Stepping in to help? Even in less dramatic situations, ICE is objectively making things worse, even for themselves. Allegedly, they've started questioning the citizenship of the people working at hotels they are staying at. People making their food and cleaning their rooms. You think the person making your eggs Benedict is gonna appreciate that? You know how similar eggs can look to spit? You want to detain the person cleaning after you? Even if you have zero morals. That is logistically stupid, right? It's like sawing the branch you're sitting on. This is stupid and evil and making everything bad. And it's only going to become worse.
The Arizona Mirror reports that Lyons made the comments at a border security expo in Phoenix. He said his goal would be a system like Amazon in which trucks round up immigrants for deportation across the U.S.
Poor Todd doesn't want people to harass his agents while they do their Amazon-style truck deportations. Hey, maybe make it a train system, Todd. So very efficient. I should note that Todd isn't the Emperor Palpatine of this operation. He's not Vader. He's not a Grand Moff. I don't think he's even on the Council of Moffs. He's probably like Tarl Sokoli or
I want
Captain
my,
Phasma. You remember Captain
I
Phasma?
want my
Remember that
hot
knife map that
food.
led to the Death Star? The fuck was that about? Todd, what was that about? Todd's unimportant is my point. He's like a Star Wars movie that everyone forgot existed. Todd's will come and go. So after the break, we're gonna talk about the bigger beast, the Vexus under the sand that we randomly find and then magically heal because I guess we have that ability now. Also, they fly now. Okay, enjoy the ads, or don't. Friends, you know as well as I do how hard it can be to stay up to date with government health recommendations. Masks or no masks, vaccines or no vaccines. Is Sprite still legal? Did they rename it Starry, or is that a different soda? Who's to say? Fortunately, I know exactly what's coming out of the Department of Health and Human Services these days because of Ground News, which you can access via the QR code on the screen.
Always so much going on when I'm trying to stream coding. Let's see. Trying to make sure that my foot's registering that it's touching the ground. It's touching ground, yes. What in the world is going on?
Or someone you know. The link is in the description. The Starry is in the fridge.
Friends, the world of film and television is filled with depictions of uncomfortable beds. Whatever rock the Flintstones slept on, that flat metal thing that comes out of the wall in Cloud City during The Empire Strikes Back. Many others, I'm sure. But don't think that means that you have to sleep on an uncomfortable mattress. That's silly! Because, my friends, there's Lisa. My Lisa mattress has improved my sleep so much that I'm now sleeping like, well, let's call on promo code MORE.
Phone number along with all of your existing contacts. So this year, skip breaking a sweat and breaking the bank. Get this new customer offer and your 3-month unlimited wireless plan for just $15 a month at mintmobile.com/more news. That's mintmobile.com/more news. Freak out your parents and make them think you're moving back home with Mint Mobile. Upfront payment of $45 required, equivalent to $15 per month. Limited time, new customer offer for first 3 months only. Speeds may slow above 35 gigabytes on the unlimited plan. Taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details. I didn't say that last part fast enough, but imagine I said it really, really fast.
On a distant world, you faced
Alright, just putting the hot foot function towards the top. I don't see why it wouldn't be reaching down there. I don't have anything escaping the if statement early. Weird. Weird, man.
It's delicious. It's delicious! Thank you! Hello. She's wonderful. Unlike ice, which is the opposite of wonderful, we were talking about Todd and how he sucks. And so we should probably explore who and
Two
what
tarnations,
ice is.
man. I tell you
Because
what.
sure, I'm genuinely against violence or threats, and I want Todd Lyons and the rest of the senior ICE officials, Madison Sheehan, John Fear, Marcos Charles, Derek Gordon, Susan C. Dunbar, Jennifer M. Fenton, Charles Wall, and Jennifer Cleary to be safe and granted the restraint that they are not granting others. I really do. But at a certain point, these people need to be looked in the eye. Perhaps some of them need to stand trial someday. They all need to be known, just like Donald Trump or Stephen Miller or Kristi Noem. They can quit ICE and denounce this at any time, and they aren't. So they must all like this. They must like that ICE has detained over 51,000 people, with only 30% of them having criminal convictions. According to the American Immigration Council, 8,000 of them have literally no criminal record at all. And that number
What in the
balloons to
world?
22,000 if you include people detained by other agencies who are in ICE detention. And even more,
I've put this in the
only
wrong
have
function.
minor offenses like traffic violations. They
Absolute
must
goofball.
like or are at least okay with the fact that 9
Absolute
people that we know
goofball.
of have died in ICE custody since Trump took office, some under questionable circumstances. For the record, 12 people died last year, which is also bad, but we're already up to 9 in half of that time. After all, these detention centers are absolute garbage holes, or rather, the ones in the United States are, because we're also sticking people into El Salvador prisons with limited or no access to lawyers and family and all
I
kinds of
want
health
my,
access. And
I
so-
want my lawyer, please. Say you get no lawyer and you get fucking for free. Wow, wow, wow. I'm a little goofball, short and stout. I'm neither of those things. Tall and thin. Why are you coming through as an integer? Fertile. 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 Boom, 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 pow. Let's put the scatter to me. Boom, boom, ba-dum.
Todd and the rest must be okay with all of this. But as I said, Todd is just a small cog in a larger machine, a waft of stink in the big glass bowl of turds. And when talking about how ICE came to be, it would be irresponsible not to point fingers at some of the bigger turds in that bowl.
Today, dozens of federal departments and agencies, as well as state and local governments, have responsibilities affecting homeland security. These efforts must be coordinated.
There he is! There's our guy. For all you youngs, it should be noted that ICE is pretty new. Originally the Bureau of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE was an offshoot of the Department of Homeland Security, which was officially in operation starting in March of 2003. Finn Wolfhard is older than ICE. Heck, Finn Wolfhard was conceived 8 months before ICE was. It is absolutely not a necessary or fundamental part of our country, nor is the right-wing antagonism toward immigration. In fact, before 9/11, a chunk of GOP lawmakers, including A1, George W. Bush, was in favor of creating legal pathways for immigrants. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't all unicorn farts, but there was a time when this country was on a far different trajectory than it is now. It's almost as if 9/11 was successful in destabilizing the United States by accelerating a descent into fascism through paranoia, trauma, and xenophobia. But who can say? Maybe we need to do a video about George Bush and the damage he caused.
Come on.
Foreshadowingly.
We're
For the
gonna
sake of this
celebrate good
conversation,
times.
what's important to note isn't just that the Department of Homeland Security was formed, but that it was formed poorly. Keep in mind, this is considered the largest governmental restructuring since World War II. 22 agencies were stuck under a single cabinet position. And at the time, many people pointed out that the process by which these agencies were picked seemed flawed and confusing. For example, neither the FBI nor CIA's anti-terrorism departments were included, nor was the Executive Office for Immigration Review, which oversees immigration court judges. That's significant because the agency that provides immigration prosecutors was rolled into DHS. Also, the Secret Service is under Homeland Security, which is odd, but in fairness, it was previously under the Treasury Department, so nothing there makes sense. And speaking of nonsense designed to hurt us, there was, of course, another legislative response to 9/11 we should probably talk about.
Today, the president signed a big new anti-terrorism bill that would expand the government's ability to track down terrorists, but at some cost.
Oh, I wonder what that cost is. I'm sure it's nothing important. Kids, the thing
Great, now let's try to find a good time to
is that almost everyone
start
lost
punishing
their
this
entire
fool.
goddamn minds.
You will be
A slim majority of
punished.
Americans thought it was necessary for some civil liberties to be ceded in order to defeat terrorists. Xenophobia and racism skyrocketed, specifically on the right. So we did a Patriot Act, which allowed law enforcement to collect our records and search our homes without notification, so long as they could prove they thought we were doing a terrorist, which at the time simply meant that you looked Arab or Asian. There was a fucking registration system where mostly Muslim men were required to be interviewed and fingerprinted. From that program, only 11 people were ultimately found to have connections to terrorists. Out of 85,000. There were also ICE workplace raids, which are largely seen as ineffective and, in fact, are often triggered by disgruntled employees or employers tipping off agents for their own personal reasons. Much like how today, you could probably just tell ICE your neighbor is a gang member with no evidence and get them disappeared if they were brown enough. So that answers the question I asked earlier.
I think
Where did ICE come from? As for who is ICE, like, besides those dipshits I named earlier, there are about 6,000 deportation officers and 7,000
8.3
special
should be a good
agents
spot.
employed by ICE. And yes, we should perhaps abolish the jobs of those people. Take it from radical Bill Kristol. But to actually abolish ICE, it's important to know that ICE isn't just those jobs. Thanks to the Patriot Act, ICE is everything. It's multiple agencies because every law enforcement agency has the ability to share information with each other. They work directly with cops around the country to ensure that if an immigrant gets arrested for any reason, ICE will know about it. Who is ICE? ICE is the natural conclusion of a system we've been creating for the last 25 years and more. They wear masks because there's no law saying they can't. That's why they're able to lie to people, lure them out like they did to that woman in Worcester, because it's part of their handbook. Literally, there is a section of their operations handbook written at least 15 years ago titled Ruses. All this bastard shit was in place for decades. All Trump had to do was say it's okay to do it more and to do it to innocent people.
Officers with the Department of Homeland Security recently attempted to enter elementary schools in Los Angeles, but were not allowed in. Agents claim to have been conducting a welfare check, not an immigration enforcement action. School administrators say DHS lied about having permission from caregivers to speak to students.
After being asked by the principals to provide some degree of identification, they did present credentials that identify them as agents of the Department of Homeland Security, which they went to great lengths to actually explain to the principals that they were not with ICE.
They're just showing up at elementary schools, lying and scaring everyone. Not exclusively because of some new thing Trump did, but from decades of reduced civil rights justified with imaginary terrorists. Except now, those terrorists are not Al-Qaeda, but vague fears about gangs. Or as
I think I'll make, it's right when it starts getting damaged, at the threshold for passing through. I think I'm going to lower, just make a variable for the pain gate. Let's see, I have it set at 0.275. Boom, 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 boom. Minus the pain gate. Ah! That way it'll start at 0 and start growing and growing and growing. Ah, 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 ah! And now I'm going to make another one. Oh. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Let me see, last position. Boom, 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 boom. I can't spell, no, I can't. Hmm. Let me think. Let me think. That's what I'll do. I'll do the distance between them. I already have that. And it stays unmodified. So, do I even need the spot? Because if it's not moved enough, I want to punish it. It's just going to... If it's less than or equal to 0, then I want to track hotspot time. I'm gonna go grab some food while some food is available. I shall return a little later.
as Trump said on the day he first announced.
All right, so where I'm at is I'm making a hotspot. I don't want them staying in the same place.
Announced his candidacy for president, Mexicans. Though some, of course, are good people, he assumed. You gotta assume, because there's no due process, so I guess you just have to assume. That superintendent goes on to say exactly what we're saying, which is that there's just no way that these people weren't also with ICE, because everyone is with ICE now, especially the agency in charge of ICE. Again, who is ICE besides those agents and those tendrils across all agencies? They're literal cops as well. They are everything we have deemed problematic or broken about our law enforcement, supercharged with a broad anti-terrorism mandate that allows them to ignore our rights. Literal cops. Thanks to one specific law, ICE has the ability to literally deputize local law enforcement for detainment operations. Did Trump make that law? No. Bush didn't even make it. That ability came from the fucking Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act of 1996, signed by the godless Democrat pervert Bill Clinton, with a statement that began with, quote, "This bill is good for America." Thanks, Bill. Your local cop had the ability to participate in the detainment of immigrants before ICE was even a glint in Trump's puffy little eye. If you're wondering why this wasn't talked about before, well, it turns out that the government didn't really take advantage of the program after it was revealed to be, bad. Because your local cop is a racist, you see. For example, when Joe Arpaio was caught profiling Latino men, he claimed he was doing it through this program. According to the ACLU, 2/3 of sheriffs involved in this partnership had a record of racial profiling and running detention facilities accused of abuse. But these days, ICE loves it now. They want to smooch it forever. Smooch it right on the tip. Tom Homan, your conservative uncle, who is apparently the current border czar, which is basically a fake job, wants to make it easier for ICE to recruit more cops by reducing the required training time. Oh good, that's what they need, less training. And again, this is all thanks to Bill Clinton, who then passed the torch to George W. Bush for a little more fascism, who passed the torch to Obama for a little more authoritarianism, but with more charisma, and finally to Trump to run with it. But not before Biden briefly grabbed that torch back and allowed 23 people to die in ICE detention centers during his term. Don't get me wrong, they're not all equally bad. And in fact, under Biden, it seemed that ICE was much more limited and even expressed frustration about that.
We don't do large-scale roundups. Every individual that's here today has come to our attention because they've been arrested by a local municipality.
Do you have enough resources to do this?
No, we don't. And that's one of the problems that, when jurisdictions don't cooperate with us, we have to go out into the community, which puts our officers at risk.
Oh my goodness, is that Todd? It is you! You were just some cop guy from Boston this whole time! That makes so much sense, Todd. Hey Todd, Worcester wants to have a word with you. How do you like them apples, Todd? I do not care for Todd, but I digress into Todd, who again is but a tiny little stormtrooper compared to the larger Death Star. What is ICE? It's just America, bro. It's the institutions we've given unchecked power to over the decades. The end result of the Patriot Act and our broken law enforcement system. And to truly abolish ICE, we'd need to abolish a lot more than some guy named Todd who sucks. Like Greg. We should probably take another break, but we have more ICE to discuss after that. Specifically, what the future holds for the agency. Unless we perhaps do something. But first, have these ads. Take them.
Eating. It's something we all have to learn how to do at some point. Am I right, Benny? Yeah. I mean, you can't get past 20, 25 tops via skin-to-skin nutrient osmosis alone. Come on, people. Eventually, you gotta eat something. Manja! And that something, for me, involves a hungry root. For me and all my fellow Goldilocks house hobbyists, there's Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand, trusted by over 1.5 million people. You can see thicker, stronger, faster growing hair with less.
Not action movies such as Mission Impossible, Ghost Protocol, Stealth, Beverly Hills Cop, Four Brothers, Action Shack, Hot Plate coming through, Thumb Wars, the musical, Hot Plate coming too, The Grown-Up Man from Denver, The Velcro Boys, Hot Plate Bloodlines, and Good Burger. Don't do stuff, watch stuff. Never stop watching stuff at the stuff watching places. Bring the action with you and stream for free on all your favorite devices. Pluto TV, stream now. Pay never. 2.
Hey, everyone. Can I be serious for a minute? Cool. There's a group of school-age kids that won't stop performing newsies outside of my house. It's seriously starting to mess with me. But little do they know that my Simply Safe security system gives me peace of mind so that I know their stirring rendition of Carrying the Banner
System we're all used to is built on the gradual dismantling of civil liberties. Because that's the thing. We're used to it. If Trump has any positive talents, it's his ability to make evident that which was already there. He is so grotesque and loud in his terrible goals that, in pushing the limits of his power, he's exposing the seams that everyone ignored. He's the guy who makes the mall security guards realize that, technically, there's no rule against skinny dipping in the fountain. This is all to say that Trump and ICE are quite horrifyingly working in tandem with a system that most Americans consider functional. So in order to disrupt or protest the things they are doing, you have to disrupt that system as well. But for most people, it's easier to simply allow this machine to keep moving, even if that machine churns out dead people as a byproduct or the main product. A pretty clear example is detention facilities. Migrant detention centers have been, even before ICE, notoriously terrible places. And no one really cared. I mean, most people don't seem to care that our prisons are, in general, terrible and ineffective for reform. That is the system in place. And so it's simply easier for that system to keep on keeping on. ICE is currently looking to expand their detainment abilities through contracts with private prison companies and local jails. And why wouldn't they oblige? Private prisons are there to make money. Not to mention that local jails also get paid by federal agencies like ICE and the U.S. Marshals Service to hold more people. Local police forces depend on that money. In Butler, Ohio, for example, they are now making money through a federal contract that pays $68 each day for each detainee, plus $36 an hour for transport. That contract is more valuable to them than the actual job of serving and protecting their community. How do I know that? Because Butler PD allowed ICE to arrest a father and son who were working construction in the jail. They were imprisoned in the same jail they were there to renovate for the police. And then the sheriff went on X, the everything app for groveling to the president, to boast about it.
They drove past the sign. They know who I am. They know what this is about. And we had 2 illegals that came into the jail. They had fake identification. You can't make this up. And it was done at the Butler County Jail. They came in, but this shows you the gall. They don't care. And for those of you that are listening, this is one of many. I've told you, we're getting the training. We're going to be able to do this very soon.
He thinks it's about gall? Like someone dared these 2 people to sneak in and do work for him? You know why they were there, Sheriff Mustache? Probably because they fucking needed the work and hoped, or maybe trusted, that their community wouldn't screw them over. And they were wrong. That Coen Brothers ass sheriff even boasts that his cops will soon be doing what ICE did, punishing and detaining people who are just trying to work and help and exist in their cities and towns. That is horrifying and ghoulish, and also the system our government created. We have this fantasy of a small town that protects their own. Like, Do you remember in Iron Man 3 when the lava lady pretends to be Homeland Security and flashes a badge, and the local sheriff actually challenges and tries to detain her?
Sheriff, is it?
Yes, ma'am, it is. And you are?
Homeland Security. We good here?
No, we're not good.
Yeah, that's a nice, beautiful lie. Would be neat if that happened, but the truth is that the sheriff in that scene would be right there next to the lava lady, doing lava crimes. That is the actual baseline for America. The fact that Trump is making billion-dollar deals with private prison companies like CoreCivic and Geo Group to build migrant detention centers is just capitalism working. The fact that these private prisons have been described by a district judge as a hellhole filled with violence and suicide attempts doesn't matter. Because they also get to pay the detainees $1 a day for labor. And because someone decided that it's good for the local economy, even though studies show that to not be very true at all. Slave labor. We're rounding up people, splitting up their families, and making them do slave labor for us. And yet, when people protest this process, they are the disruption. And I guess that's true. We have to accept that in order to change this, we have to disrupt a system that some people think is working correctly and are comfortable with. But it is necessary and effective to be that disruption. Here is a news story out of Los Angeles from the beginning of June.
Glendale Police Department housing some undocumented immigrants at its jail. The reported action goes against California's sanctuary state rules that prohibit
data
law
can
enforcement from assisting in federal
fine
immigration
tune some
enforcement.
things.
According to city records from 2017, the federal government pays Glendale $85
Like-
per day for each ICE detainee temporarily housed here. In 2016, the city reported receiving just over
I'm gonna try
$6,000
to do
under
a
that
movement
agreement.
gate at
And either
0.5.
party can cancel the
'Cause I got a
contract with
0.51.
60 days notice.
That's right. It isn't just in
I got a
small
0.61,
towns. The city of Glendale had
0.44.
a very similar contract with ICE that the police in Butler did. Theirs existed before Los Angeles became a sanctuary
And
city.
then if
The
the
only
hotspot
difference
time
is that people
is
spoke up about it, went to city council meetings, and then, right around the time the protests began, Glendale broke their contract with ICE. Did they want to do that? Absolutely not. In fact, the mayor of Glendale flat out said that they'd rather keep the contract with ICE, but felt pressure to break it. Good. The DHS assistant secretary is, of course, now accusing Glendale of siding with the criminals. Trump will probably weigh in and say we should nuke Glendale. People will want to punish the city and claim that they are encouraging lawlessness.
I'm gonna put the pain
On
gate
their
at
computers in like rural Maine or whatever, Kristi Noem is clearly using these protests to plant the seeds for, I don't know, seems like they want to usurp the state of California. Sure would be useful for them considering the state's economy.
We are not going away. We are staying here to liberate this city from the socialist and the burdensome leadership that this governor and that this mayor have placed on this country and what they have tried to insert into this city.
Pretty chilling, especially considering what happens immediately after that.
I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your heads off.
Lay flat, lay flat. Other hand, sir. Other hand.
That is, as I'm sure you heard about, a United States Senator, Alex Padilla, being pushed out and handcuffed for trying to ask Kristi Noem a question while she was up there musing about using the military to, big quotes, liberate Los Angeles from its leadership. By the way, he's not just a senator of the state they were in at the time, but he is also a ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee's subcommittee on immigration, citizenship, and border safety, which means he leads the consideration of immigration reform proposals as well as oversight of federal agencies with citizenship, asylum, refugee, and immigration enforcement responsibilities. Even if he didn't identify himself, which he did, she should know that guy. I know this all seems very big and very scary. I know that Trump probably wants any excuse he can get to declare a state of emergency in California. He wants us to feel scared about speaking out, to tell ourselves that it would be easier just to back off, lest the New York Times paint you as rude, But this is the right thing to do. We have to push the people in charge to put their asses on the line now, because very few of them will do it themselves. You know, unless they think it's good for them politically, which I guess it is. But if that's what it's gonna take for Gavin to take a break from his podcast to actually stand up for his citizens and sue Trump over deploying the National Guard, so be it, I guess. If it's going to take regular people standing in the street and saying no, then that's what it will have to take. Very few politicians are going to do the right thing unless we demand they do it. Period. Exclamation point. 100 emoji. Also a fern emoji to make it look nice. There are laws and levels of policing that we can, I guess, accept in order to maintain our society. And there are ones we cannot. And ICE is one we absolutely can't accept. We cannot accept, under any circumstances, a roving group of masked thugs kidnapping people off the streets, harassing schools and churches, lying about who they are and why they are there. Doesn't matter if they have a badge. ICE is butting into our lives to nobody's request, making everything worse and harder. Watching us,
what they like is anonymity.
Trying to play catch in the yard with us. I don't want a relationship, Greg. Get out of my fucking house, Greg. Greg is the ICE of my home, is my point. And the point of this video, which was always about Greg. So abolish Greg. And ICE. If there's time. If there's only time for one, abolish Greg. No, I'm not talking about you, Greg. I was talking, it's a different Greg. He edits the show. I'm talking about him. No, don't touch my Nintendo! Hello there. Welcome to the end of the episode. And
this is the end.
Thanks for watching. So, thanks for watching. It's also the part where I say like and subscribe. So, like and subscribe. And so forth and so on. Leave a comment, do all the YouTube stuff. That'd be great, it really help us out. We've got a podcast called Even More News. You can watch it on this channel twice a week usually. You can also listen to this show, Some More News, as a podcast if you don't want to see me. And I'm over it if you don't. I'm dealing with it. We've got a patreon.com/somemorenews. You can help us out there. We've also got merch at a merch store.
But it doesn't matter anyway.
Look at all that.
Hey.
Wow.
Boom, 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 boom.
So,
Boom, boom.
get out of my home.
Your ass could kill. Your ass could kill. Nobody says. Won't you believe it's just my luck? Boom 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 boom. Your eyes could kill. Your eyes could kill. Your eyes could kill. Oh, we didn't like that.
Looking at Galveston, Texas, the place where the last enslaved people in the country learned they were free more than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. Now, celebrations will be kicking off across the country, but organizers tell ABC News President Trump's push against DEI policies has led some cities to scale back festivities this year. Darren Anderson, CEO of the Urban League of Greater Philadelphia, has more on the Juneteenth holiday. Darren, thanks for being here. I want to start things off with just the basics. Can you walk us through the history behind Juneteenth and these celebrations?
As a native Texan, Juneteenth is a jubilee. It is a celebration of Black culture, of Black heritage. It came to be in 1865 in June, is when slaves were told by Union soldiers that they had been free.
After we done shot some slavers.
The signing of the 13th Amendment, and it's
Like a shot in the dark. One step
now, you lead
away
the Urban
from
League
you.
of Greater Philadelphia. So what are the Juneteenth celebrations going to be like there today?
There's celebrations all across the city, festivities. There's an opportunity for us to engage with with culture of individuals. It's an opportunity for us to reflect back on the long history of how Africans have impacted this country and how Black culture have shaped and has imperatives that have been important with the shaping and with the understanding of who we are and who we are as a country.
Now, organizers of some of these events say some cities are scaling back this year due to the Trump administration's push against DEI policies or certain DEI policies. What's your take on that? Have you seen that?
I haven't seen it, and certainly not here in Philadelphia where the Liberty Bell stands. This is about freedom, and what Juneteenth is about independence, is about Black Americans, is about Black culture and the Black heritage. So we stand firm in our mission, we stand firm in our purpose, and we stand firm in the importance of celebrating who we are.
So what's the appropriate way to celebrate Juneteenth? Is this something that is reserved for Black people and African Americans in the United States, or should white people get involved too?
Get down, white folk.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Juneteenth is a celebration of when
We're a melting pot. You can assimilate. You can take over other people's culture if you want
African-American
to.
history is American history. The significant input that we had in this country should be celebrated by all. We should come together, have this conversation, have this dialogue, continue to be open.
Get up, get
with one
up, get
another
up,
and to have
pick
a
up,
better
and come
understanding.
home.
This is about diversity, this is about equity, and this is also about inclusion. And it's bringing everyone
Oh,
together.
what am
so
I
we have a
wanting to
form of
do?
ownership.
So what are some
Randomize
of
the
your favorite ways to
foot.
celebrate
Yahoo.
Juneteenth and some of the favorite ways you suggest celebrating Juneteenth?
Well, as a Texan, I've been celebrating this since birth. I'm 50 years of age, and it's been all the time, every day. Since 1866 in Texas, we have been celebrating this, started in Galveston, Texas. So we're going to have food, we're going to have book readings, we're going to have celebrities that's going to come in to the city. We're going to celebrate music. We're going to celebrate who we are in the totality. But we want to celebrate ourselves with the understanding that we are a part of American history, and we should be celebrated as such.
All right, Darren Anderson, CEO of the Urban League of Greater Philadelphia. Thank you and happy Juneteenth to you.
Thank you for having me.
Well, let's just say the Proud Boys have a strange choice.
Math
an
F
odd
don't have
choice
enough.
to represent them in a
What are
federal
you even
court
trying
in
to do, Billy?
Orlando in seeking $100 million from
Oh,
the federal government. A
F,
federal
F,
government under the Trump,
F,
and they will
it's-
just lie
Oh, we
down
went a random
and pay
number.
back the Proud Boys and Enrique Tarrio because he was convicted of being an extremist at the highest level for Jan 6th seditious conspiracy in a trial presided over by Judge Mehta in Washington. And now, because they're a Roger Stone pal, because they hung out at Mar-a-Lago, they have filed a suit against you and me, the taxpayers, to try to get some of our hard-earned money. And they're using as part of their lawyering, part of their lawyer brigade, a guy that used to be known as Austin Gillespie, but better known by his new name, Augustus Sol Invictus, who, according to research, is a self-proclaimed pagan, a white supremacist who was convicted along with others in the Unite the Right, Unite the White rally in Charlottesville, Virginia.
A lot of racism in this country is from just ignorance. I've heard someone say that black people's never contributed anything useful to American society. I'm like, man, that's just, you know, at your age, that's willing ignorance. I mean, if that's what you think and you have a computer, you should look that up. Test your thoughts out. Like, has there ever been an American black person in history? You know? Educate yourselves. Because, Lord, the state's not doing it for you. I say do your own research. That doesn't mean just look at the people you like. Just listen to the things you want to hear. That's bad, okay?
Since 1983, Nissan has been...
That's bad, okay? Hey, it's bad. Don't hate, okay? Okay? Let me think. Random Unity Engine .random. Run dum 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 run dum 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 run dum 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 run. Run dum boom boom boom.
In 1912, a Polish antique collector named Wilfrid Voynich found a long-forgotten chest in an Italian library. And inside was a well-preserved manuscript, seemingly from the Middle Ages, with about 240 pages filled with illustrations of plants, stars, people, and animals. But what really set the book apart was its text, which appeared to be written in a totally alien, never-before-seen language. Voynich spent the rest of his life trying and failing to unlock the book's secrets, and to this day, no one has ever been able to decipher its meaning. But now, a century after its rediscovery, a group of scientists might have finally uncovered a convincing explanation for the truth, that it was an elaborate medieval hoax. Although it's usually called the Voynich manuscript, we can now trace the book's ownership back several centuries, possibly from the court of an Austrian emperor to its current home at Yale University. And thanks to carbon dating, we know it was written in the 1400s, likely in Central Europe. But we have no idea what the book says. Despite the letters kinda looking like Latin ones, Voynichese, as it's known, doesn't match any known language, European or otherwise. So is it even a language? After scientists took interest in deciphering the manuscript, they started using fancy math and linguistics techniques to better understand it. And it turns out that the book seems to follow a well-known law of linguistics called Zipf's law. The rule says that in any language, the nth most frequent word appears about 1/n times less frequently than the first most frequent word. So if the most
I actually did that one time. I built a little program to scrape all of... I was looking for a job at the time, and I was using a program to scrape classified ads somewhere. Craigslist. Yeah, but I did a study on the number of words used versus the length of the word and stuff. It's very interesting that the shorter the word is, the higher the frequency of that word in use. Yeah. Crazy.
most commonly used word in English is the, then the will be used about 100 times as often as the 100th most common word find, and 1,000 times as often as the 1,000th most common word entry. And now you know the 1,000th most common word in the English language. Following Zipf's law is a pretty big hint that whatever words the Voynichese language uses do behave like an actual language. And yet, there's also solid reason to believe that the manuscript is really a convincing-looking hoax. But to explain that, we need to understand a bit about information theory. But since all science needs funding, we need to take a quick break first.
Here they come, yo. Here they come. You can Venmo this, or you can Venmo that. You can Venmo this, or you can Venmo that. You can Venmo this, or you can Venmo that.
Oh, sorry.
Episode of SciShow. Brilliant is an online learning platform where you can develop your skills and annual premium subscription.
So many ads, like
Theory
a fucking
lets us
minefield,
quantify
yo.
that difference using something called the conditional entropy. That measures how disordered or uncertain the text is. For instance, in English, the letter Q is basically always followed by U. So if you see a Q, you can reliably predict the next letter. It's not surprising to see the U. So the entropy of the U in QU is much lower than the entropy of any other two-letter pair. So you can work out entropy values for every letter in English, or two-letter pair, or three-letter triple, and so on, and you can do the same for Voynich-cheese. And when you do so, what you see is kind of weird. The entropy of pairs of letters in Voynich-cheese is way, way lower than in any known language. Like, you can clearly see it in this graph. I mean, spot the odd one out. So this is kind of a big hint that Voynich-cheese isn't a natural language. It acts like it isn't conveying information. But even more striking evidence that it isn't a real language comes from a 2019 paper. In that work, researchers plotted how similar each pair of Voynich-cheese words is, as a function of how far apart they are in the text. They found that the closer in the text two
I'm not sure if I have
words
the
are to
movement
each other,
gate
the
where I
more
want it yet.
similar they are. This really isn't how a normal book works. For example, in A Game of Thrones, if the word pair Jon Snow appears on one page, you can expect to see it again nearby. But in the Voynich manuscript, it's as if the words Jan Snow, Don Snow, and Jon Snot are showing up consistently near Jon Snow. And this is happening for like every word. It's hard to imagine how this could happen by accident. It's as contrived as the 20th century American novel Gadsby, where the author deliberately avoided using the letter E. It's even evidence against the idea that the manuscript is written in an encoded language, since encryption tends to destroy correlations, but here we find more correlations than usual. So maybe the text is all just gibberish, except it still follows Zipf's law. And like, look at these pages. They clearly look like actual written words. It's as if it was written to fool you into thinking it was a real language, or at least
Freaking me out, man.
So the 2019 paper, building on previous works, described how a medieval writer could have pulled this off, using a basic algorithm. And no, we're not talking about some kind of advanced AI giving you video recommendations. This algorithm was a set of instructions simple enough for a medieval scribe to follow while writing on parchment by candlelight. The idea was that the writer would start a page by copying out a line from the previous page, with a few letter changes sprinkled in. Then, line by line, they'd fill the rest of the page with more words by slightly modifying the words already there, or randomly deciding to split or join up words, or add prefixes, and so on. So if the line...
That's one thing AI is really good at, pattern recognition, though. I mean, who knows, they've already used AI to decipher some text. But, you know, it does hallucinate, so as long as you can go back and verify.
They took from a previous page was Jon Snow went to the wall, they might write the next line as want into Jan Snow, well she, by editing, jumbling, and combining the previous sentence's words. It's kind of like a medieval ChatGPT. The researchers claim to have followed these steps to generate text that follows all the statistical patterns of Voynich-cheese, from Zipf's law to the Jan Snow effect. Now, the researchers weren't saying they'd found the algorithm that made the manuscript, just that they'd found a plausible method that the writer could have used. And of course, the author didn't need to follow any algorithm exactly. They could have mixed things up a bit whenever they felt like it. But we still don't know why someone would do this. I mean, that's kind of a lot of effort for a simple prank, right? Here, The pictures in this book might give us some hints. They are organized into different sections, like the plant pictures seem to mostly occur near each other, as if it's a book with different chapters. So maybe the book was meant to look like it was about alchemy, the mysterious forerunner to chemistry that was very much in vogue at the time. After all, alchemists were infamous for being super secretive about their work. I mean, if you can turn lead into gold, you don't just say so. You make other people work for it. Alchemists often used code words and highly metaphorical illustrations to simultaneously convey and conceal their secrets. So maybe the book was made to trick or fool other alchemists into thinking it had hidden secrets. That could explain why some of the pictures are totally made up plants and animals. Or maybe the writer was a medieval fire festival organizer who wanted to sell the secrets of the Philosopher's Stone to a gullible rich sucker. Or maybe it was just an artistic exercise by a group of bored monks. I mean, maybe they just didn't have much to do back then. We'll probably never know the full truth about who wrote the manuscript, let alone why. But as sad as it is that it probably doesn't contain lost alchemical secrets, the quest to learn the manuscript's real truth is pretty exciting too.
Run away from the pain. Whoa. No, you got no kick, and you scored a 71? That can't be good. You getting that for keeping your head up? You moved, and you got 101, 107. With my camera's too damn close. Can't see all the possible positions. I don't want to see all the positions. I think that might have them all there. I like Arvin Ash.
They run around mountains, jump under gravity, and experience a rich three-dimensional environment. But behind the scenes, every detail of that 3D world is encoded on a game disk or computer chip. In a sense, the game's reality exists in two forms: the 3D adventures on the screen and the lines of code on a flat storage device. These two forms are one and the same. Now stretch this idea to the entire universe. What if our cosmos, with all its stars, planets, and gravity, has an alternate description, like a cosmic code on a distant surface? This is the essence of a revolutionary concept in physics.
I don't think my hotspot's activating quick enough. Gonna have a hot time, baby, tonight. Ooh.
Called the ADS-CFT correspondence. In simple terms, ADS-CFT suggests that two totally different worlds, one with gravity and one without, can actually be two sides describing the same reality. It's as if the universe has both a storage device version and a screen version, and they perfectly match each other. But if one has gravity and the other one doesn't, this raises an intriguing question. If our universe with gravity can be described perfectly by a model with no gravity, is gravity nothing more than an illusion? Does it even exist? And if gravity doesn't exist, does space-time even exist? The answer to those questions might just blow your mind.
Anything can exist, yo.
ADS-CFT is with
Nothing's
a
real.
analogy.
Come
Stay
on,
tuned,
man.
because that's coming up right now.
It's fluctuations, man.
The idea that our three-dimensional universe can be perfectly modeled by a two-dimensional surface might sound like science fiction, but it's a real scientific hypothesis proposed by physicists to understand how the universe might work at a deep level. Here's how this cosmic duality works. On one side is a place called ADS, or anti-de Sitter space, and on the other is something known as CFT, or conformal field theory. These are technical terms which may be confusing. I'll simplify by explaining what they mean. Anti-de Sitter space is a fancy name for a kind of imaginary universe with some unusual properties. While our real universe can be described as flat and expanding, an ADS universe has negative curvature, like a saddle. Another distinctive feature
That's like a fucking
of
Pringle,
ADS
yo.
is that it has a kind of boundary or edge, though only in a mathematical sense. One way to picture it is to imagine living inside a snow globe. Not because it's round, but because it has an interior where things happen and an enclosing surface, the glass. In this analogy, the interior of the snow globe corresponds to the bulk, where people, planets, everything in the universe is, and the glass represents the boundary of that space. The key difference is that if you travel towards the edge of an ADS universe, you don't hit a hard wall. Instead, the geometry stretches so that the boundary lies an infinite distance away, even though it directly influences the structure of the space. ADS is a theoretical playground where gravity behaves in a well-understood way. Physicists often use ADS space as a testing ground because its mathematical properties are nicely defined. What's important here for our purposes is that ADS is a three-dimensional space with gravity, and it comes with a boundary surrounding it. Think of the bulk as the full 3D world.
You're
where
hurting
apples
good.
fall from trees,
Come
gravity
on,
exists,
baby.
and light
It
and matter
hurts
move
so
around,
good.
just as they would in our normal universe. Now let's look at the other side of the coin. Conformal field
Let's
theory,
swallow some
or
ash.
CFT. This is just a fancy word for a kind of quantum field theory, one without gravity, defined in a space that has one fewer dimension than the ADS bulk we just described. If we continue our snow globe analogy, the CFT would live on the boundary, or the snow globe's glass surface. The word field theory means it's a framework like those used to describe particles, forces, and fields, like electromagnetism and other quantum forces in physics.
Oh, there are quantum
Conformal
fields,
basically
yo.
means the laws in the theory look the same even if you stretch or rescale things. It's symmetric in scale, something like a repeating fractal pattern.
No life
But you
points
don't
at
need to worry
vitality
about
data.
The exact definition. Just remember that
Huh.
CFT is a set of rules for physics living on a lower dimensional surface. But crucial to this is that the CFT has
That's
no
weird, yo.
gravity in it. It's more
At
like
least I
a
know it's
flat
called in that
Earth
now, though.
physics. You can imagine the CFT as analogous to the code of a video game or the film of a hologram. It's a description of something written on what looks like fewer dimensions. For example, if our ADS bulk is three-dimensional space, the CFT might sit on a two-dimensional surface outlining that space. Now here's the mind-blowing part. ADS CFT says that the bulk, the ADS space with gravity, and the boundary CFT without gravity are actually the same thing in two different forms. It's as if nature can tell one story in two different languages. One language, ADS, which talks about curved space.
You must not be hurting enough. It's almost more valuable just for you to stand there than it is to try to take a step. I don't want that at all. Give you a base pain of 1 for staying in the same spot, boy. And make sure this is doing what I want it to do. Oh, Billy, I want you to hurt more. I want you to feel it more. Oh, Billy. Yeah, da 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 da. Ba da da bum ba ba ba. La 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 la. Yeah, da 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 bum ba ba ba. Da da bum bum ba ba.
Gravity, and things like black holes and stars inside the space. The other language, CFT, talks about fields and particles in the lower dimensional world with no gravity on the boundary. But it encodes the behavior of gravity in the ADS. Every event or object in the ADS bulk corresponds to something in the CFT on the boundary, and vice versa.
They're like saying, like, is information actually gravity? All right, I agree. You're getting hurt. That's in my way now. Making it hard for me to see. I can't see. I can't see. I can't see. I need one to stay and the other to leave. I think I don't actually. I'm saying the pain gate is right there. The movement is less than. Negative movement is hot spot time. But if you get movement over 0.5, then it'll reset your hot spot time. But if it's something between, you don't get. So I'm gonna punish your ass for not making the gap. if it is less than or equal to the boom, 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 ba, ba, ba. I feel like I should make that up again. Variable. Yeah, ba, 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 ba. I feel like I can just make that an else. Let me think. I like you. I like you. You can stay. Let me think. Ba, ba, da, ba, da, boop, 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 boop. What am I thinking here? If the movement is less than boom, 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 boom. Ba, la, 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 la. Ooh. And alright, so if you're already in pain and your movement is less than stellar, then Less than the movement requirement. Good. Yep. I hate repeating myself. E-I-E-I-E-O. Too short, mi hombre. All right. Bring on the pain. Need to figure out why it started with no life points also. I got a and a boo boo in my code you. Ba 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 boom ba ba boom ba ba ba. You didn't try to take a step, yo, and your points are gonna be low. But where did it go? Ba da 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 da. Where did it go? It does not seem to show. Oh my, why not? What did it happen to do? Ba da ba do. How do I end an agent without it fucking talking about it? Because the cause is null somewhere. The causation. Boom boom ba ba doom ba doom bow ba bum ba 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 doo ba doo. Boom boom ba boom ba 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 doo ba 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 da ba 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 ba. La da 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 ya da da ya da da ya di di di.
The idea is often called holographic principle because it's just like a hologram, a 3D image that's stored on a 2D surface. It's an exact equivalence. If you have a question about the physics in the ADS bulk, you can translate it into a question on the CFT theory on the boundary. If you solve it there and translate back, you'll get the exact same answer as you would directly in the bulk theory. This was first discovered in 1997 by a young physicist named Juan Maldacena, who rocked the physics world with his proposal. Picture a sprawling, open-world video
Must have
game
timed
like
out.
Minecraft
He must have
or The
lived all the way
Legend
through
of
the
Zelda.
match.
The game's universe has landscapes, gravity, day-night cycles, an entire physics-rich world. But all of that world only exists because of the information on a cartridge or hard drive. The game's code is typically not visual. It's a bunch of numbers, logic gates, or lines of programming effectively existing in a different form. You might say a different dimension. It's important to understand that ADS-CFT isn't saying we literally live in a computer simulation, but the metaphor of two equivalent levels, one virtual and one physical, shows us how two frameworks can represent the same phenomena. So this raises an intriguing question about gravity. If it can be described perfectly by a theory with no gravity, is gravity real? Could gravity or space-time itself just be the shadow of a deeper and perhaps even simpler quantum reality? Well, it's real because we can measure it, and we have very accurate theories that model it, but it may not be fundamental. Perhaps the most profound implication of ADS-CFT is that it provides a mechanism for gravity to emerge from a system that doesn't contain gravity. On the boundary side, the CFT, we have a quantum system of fields and particles evolving with no gravitational force. It lives in a
What's
flat
going on there, little
space-time
buddy?
and obeys ordinary quantum mechanics. Yet this system is equivalent to a picture of one higher dimensional world where gravity and curved space-time do exist. In other words, gravity in the ADS bulk is an emergent phenomenon, a holographic image of the quantum field dynamics on the boundary. But how exactly does gravity come out of the CFT? Modern research appears to show that quantum entanglement in the CFT is the key to building the space-time geometry in the ADS. It turns out that these patterns of entanglement can be related to the connectivity and shape of space in the bulk. In a famous thought experiment, physicist Mark Romstonk argued that if you gradually reduce the entanglement between parts of the CFT, the corresponding ADS space begins to split or tear apart, implying that entanglement is like the glue.
Right here, I can look at its score. I'm not sure that's tied to its cumulative score. Yeah, it is. 7.4. Got a little bit of a boost at the end, probably because of the scoring mechanics behind the scenes. Somehow that doesn't be seeming to add to its cumulative score. What's going on there? What's going on there? I got a clamp on the rewards. Maybe I don't like that at all. I definitely don't like that. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, boy. Wow, okay. I'm doing some major division there. I don't know what I was thinking then. We'll find out here in a second. I must be doing an add reward somewhere in this code. I'm not sending it through my give reward. Oh boy, let me think. What have I done here, Bally? Or are you getting all this reward? You don't deserve nothing.
Glue that holds space together. In fact, a compelling demonstration of emergent gravity is how black holes in the ADS correspond to certain states of this CFT. A black hole is a region of space-time where gravity is so strong that nothing can escape, including light. That's why it's black. In ADS-CFT, a black hole in the bulk ADS is dual to the CFT being in a thermal state, or a kind of hot state with a temperature. This means that features we associate with black holes, its gravity and other properties, are reproduced in the non-gravitational physics of the CFT. So what looks like a mysterious gravitational object in the ADS is nothing more than a bunch of quantum particles in a hot soup on the CFT. No single quantum of the CFT corresponds to gravity by itself, but together their interactions create the effect of a smooth, curved space-time with a gravitational force. To put it another way, ADS-CFT provides a way for space, time, and gravity to emerge from a lower dimensional quantum world. You can say gravity emerges for free as a byproduct of quantum mechanics in disguise. So if gravity emerges from something more fundamental, as ADS-CFT suggests, it forces us to rethink what
I don't really have the memory module
classes we always learn
completely functioning again just yet, so I'm just going to get rid of that.
Force, electromagnetism, and gravity. But the ADS-CFT duality implies that gravity might belong in a different category. It could be a macroscopic phenomenon that isn't fundamental in itself, but arises from deeper laws. To use an analogy, just as waves on the ocean are not fundamental, they result from many water molecules moving under rules of fluid dynamics, gravity could be the wave and space-time the fluid in which the wave forms. What would this mean for the future of physics research? First, it would mean that there are no gravitons at the fundamental level. In the traditional approach to quantum gravity, scientists are attempting to quantize gravity by introducing a particle called a graviton, which confers the gravitational force, just as photons confer the electromagnetic force. ADS-CFT implies that there could be no such thing as gravitons. So quantum gravity is not a separate standalone quantum theory of a force, but arises from ordinary quantum theories. Second, it would show that Einstein's equations can come out of quantum information principles. Third, we might have to redefine what we believe is fundamental in physics, namely spacetime. If ADS-CFT is found to apply to our universe, perhaps space-time is no more fundamental than a fluid. It is real to us at macroscopic scales, but at tiny scales, it dissolves into something like quantum bits and entanglement networks. And fourth, we might finally unite all of the known forces. One of the biggest goals in physics is a unified theory that encompasses all forces and particles, the so-called theory of everything. Uniting quantum theory and general relativity has been one of the biggest challenges in physics. ADS-CFT offers a potential bridge. Now, I want to caution that as far as we know, our universe is not ADS. ADS-CFT is best understood in a negatively curved anti-de Sitter universe, whereas our universe is closer to a de Sitter space with positive curvature due to cosmic expansion. Physicists are actively searching for a similar holographic principle for the de Sitter space, a DS-CFT, or some kind of celestial holography, where the boundary might be at an infinity in time rather than space. If we manage to find it, it would have profound implications not only for gravity, but also time and causality. If time is emergent, then one can ask, how does causality work at the fundamental level? We might find that our ideas about cause and effect are phenomena that only appear at large scales, but are not built in at the micro level. It could be that time and causality really are not fundamental. But what is fundamental is our collective journey to scientific enlightenment. I create these videos to help towards that effort, but you can greatly accelerate your journey by using Brilliant.org, our sponsor today. I think they're one of the best.
Oh, he's a thinker, all right. He sits there and thinks. These people are the best. Yeah.
With digital assistants powered by Dell AI Factory with NVIDIA.
Blue would be complimentary. Maybe go brighter.
You can personalize shopping experiences and keep your business moving forward. Don't wish. Don't hope. Don't dream. No. Plan. See the steps it takes to get it done right, and follow them. At Avis, we rent cars, unlike anyone else rents cars. Because for 75 years, we've only had one plan. To make sure you keep yours.
Where does gold come from? This question, it turns out, is surprisingly difficult to answer, but a new observation seems to now have solved the mystery. Let's have a look. The chemical elements that we find on Earth all have a long history. The lightest of them, like hydrogen and helium, were produced directly in the early universe. The heavier ones are then created from nuclear fusion going on in stars. However, there are a few elements which we have on Earth that nuclear fusion does not readily produce. Those are gold, platinum, uranium, and a few others. Their formation requires rapid neutron capture, which is called the R process. This requires an extreme environment rich in free neutrons and high temperatures. For a long time, astrophysicists thought that these elements are produced in supernova explosions. The idea was that the clash
Like a
of
champagne
the iron core
supernova.
blasts out nuclei and neutrons at such a high speed that rapid neutron capture becomes possible. However, over the years, detailed models showed that this blast wouldn't have sufficiently many neutrons and also didn't move quickly enough. It just couldn't sustain the rapid neutron captures needed to produce nuclei like gold and platinum. The idea that supernovae produce gold has by now been mostly abandoned.
I don't like how my stuff is scoring. It's like scoring way too high.
Don't you feel
Nerf.
so much better knowing that sometimes even a supernova isn't energetic enough? Astrophysicists then thought that the heaviest elements are produced in the collision of neutron stars. Neutron stars are the remains of some supernovae explosions. Sometimes it happens that two of them end up orbiting around each other. These binary systems slowly lose energy by gravitational radiation and spiral into each other until they merge with a burst of gravitational waves. This creates the right conditions for the R process, because when the stars collide, they eject extremely neutron-rich matter that decompresses rapidly. This gives small seed nuclei access to vast numbers of free neutrons. This hypothesis was directly confirmed in August 2017 when LIGO and Virgo recorded gravitational waves coming from such a merger. Telescopes then looked at the light coming from the location in the optical and infrared range. They found evidence that R processes must have occurred and calculated how much of each element the merger would have produced. They found that the event had produced 3 to 13 Earth masses in gold. It was the first direct proof that smashing neutron stars are major gold factories, and a reminder that physics still makes progress. But that doesn't entirely solve the problem. The issue is there just aren't sufficiently many of these neutron star mergers. This is especially obvious in the early universe, because it can take billions of years in which stars in a binary system circle around each other until they finally merge. Yet, astrophysicists know from spectral analyses that some of the earliest stars already contain gold. So where does that come from? This is where the new paper comes in. These astrophysicists say they found another source for gold. That is another way to do these R processes. And this is giant flares from magnetars. Magnetars are neutron stars with super strong magnetic fields that can reach up to 100 billion Tesla. Occasionally they erupt in flares, much like our sun, but so powerful that they briefly outshine all other galactic X-ray sources. The physicists say that these flares blast off a small amount of the neutron-rich crust into space at enormously high speeds, and that creates the right environment for rapid neutron capture to take place. And it isn't just a theory. They have data to back up their idea. They looked at data from a 2004 flare that came from a magnetar in the constellation Sagittarius. It's on the other end of the Milky Way, about 40,000 light years away from us. This flare had a delayed glow of gamma rays lasting several minutes. It was too faint to directly look for signs of gold, because that would have been produced in comparably small amounts. However, they did find evidence of nuclear decays, which strongly suggests that our processes must have occurred. This means that gold and platinum would have been produced as well. Now, a magnetar flare produces far less of these heavy elements than a neutron star merger, just because there's less material involved. But unlike neutron star mergers, which are rare occurrences, flares happen pretty much all the time. And they also started happening much sooner, already after the first supernovae left behind neutron star remnants. The researchers estimate that over cosmic history, these flares have contributed around 1 to 10% of the total galactic inventory of heavy elements, enough to explain the early gold seen in ancient stars. So the new picture is that most of the gold and platinum we have on our planet comes from neutron star mergers, but a tenth or so comes from the magnetar flares. The universe is full of surprises. You think a star is just sitting there being dense, and then it throws gold at you. And now that material is hanging from someone's earlobe in a disco. To me, science is more than a profession. It's a way to understand the world and how to solve problems. This is why I'm happy to work together with Brilliant, whose mission is to help you learn science in the easiest and most engaging way possible. Brilliant offers courses on a large variety of topics in science, computer science, and mathematics. All their courses have interactive visualizations and come with follow-up questions. Whether you want to learn to think like an engineer, brush up on knowledge of algebra, or want to learn.
Hey man, I was wondering. Whoa, dude!
Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Invasion of Greenland is off. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. We still have the plans, just in case.
All my testimony is that the Pentagon has plans for any number of contingencies.
Instead, hundreds of Marines and several thousand soldiers with the California National Guard deployed to Los Angeles. Devin's already covered the legal questions about the deployments themselves. One issue that has repeatedly come up, though, is just what orders do the soldiers and Marines have to follow? If the orders seem illegal, say, arrest civilians or open fire on protesters, can't they just disobey them? The answers are complex and may surprise you. One of the first formal things a person does when they join the military is swear an oath. It's more than ceremonial. It has legal effect. Think of it like a witness in a courtroom swearing to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If the witness does that and then provably lies during their testimony, they can be prosecuted for perjury because of that oath. The oath that enlisted service members use is contained in a statute, 10 U.S.C. Section 502. I, state your name, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Commissioned officers have a different oath of office contained in a different statute, 5 U.S.C. Section 3331. This is the oath I took when I became a commissioned officer in the Marine Corps. The officer's oath does not explicitly talk about obedience to orders, instead requiring the officer to swear to well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I'm about to enter. Obedience to orders is then included as one of the officer's duties in the commission itself. This officer is to observe and follow orders and directions as may be given by the President of the United States or other superior officers acting in accordance with the laws of the United States of America. The oaths and commissions for the National Guard are basically identical, except that they add references to state constitutions and governors. All of these oaths explicitly or implicitly acknowledge that orders must be issued in accordance with the Uniform Code of Military Justice, among other laws and regulations. The Uniform Code of Military Justice, or UCMJ, is the bedrock of the military justice system. Passed into law in 1950, it codified and made uniform a system of justice across the U.S.
I did that
Armed Forces.
because it was doing
other
something
things, it
weird.
lays out crimes,
I just need to
punishments,
fix whatever it was
procedure,
doing
and
weird
rules of evidence.
instead of
Since
trying
we're
to
talking
fix
about
it like
service
that because
members
it's screwing shit
potentially
up.
disobeying orders, let's get right to the meat and potatoes. There are two major UCMJ articles that deal with this. Article 90, willfully disobeying a lawful command of that person's superior commissioned officer, and Article 91, willfully disobeying the lawful order of a warrant officer, non-commissioned officer, or petty officer. Now, these articles are no joke. Violation of Article 91 can carry up to 1 or 2 years of confinement, depending on who's giving the order. Violation of Article 90 can carry up to 5 years of confinement during peacetime, and up to the death penalty in wartime. I will say that again. Willfully disobeying a lawful command of a superior commissioned officer during wartime can be punished with a death penalty. Remember Maverick? Now, is that a likely sentence? No. But if a superior commissioned officer ordered you to keep the streets clean, and you knew that throwing your gum on the sidewalk could be punished with a death penalty, even if it were really unlikely, you would probably think hard before tossing it. Also, just don't litter.
Oh, I'm a real tosser,
It focuses on the word lawful. The obligation to obey orders and the punishment for disobeying orders is conditioned on those orders being lawful. So what is a lawful order? Well, let me just give you some black letter law. Orders from superiors requiring the performance of military duties are presumed to be lawful. The dictates of a person's conscience, religion, or personal philosophy cannot excuse disobedience. An order is disobeyed at the peril of the subordinate. And in most cases, the service member doesn't get time to sit down and do research about the lawfulness of an order. Immediate compliance is required for any order that does not explicitly or implicitly indicate that delayed compliance is authorized or directed.
At Sarah Toyota, service is more than just keeping your car in top condition. It's about valuing your time with online scheduling so we're ready when you arrive. It's about using technology and telematics to address your needs and be prepared before you even step inside. And when money's tight, we offer financing options right on the lane to keep you moving. Scan the QR code to experience service at Sarah Toyota today. Sarah Toyota, servicing the community for over 35 years.
On a distant world, you faced the enemy. And all the while, you were vacuuming.
Be right back.
Audible. There's more to imagine.
Oop.
You don't get to file a grievance with a union. And if you think the federal courts will have a different opinion, well, here's the US Supreme Court's opinion. An army is not a deliberative body. It is the executive arm. Its law is that of obedience. No question can be left open as to the right to command in the officer or the duty of obedience in the soldier. That seems pretty strict. It is. And the thing about disobedience being at the peril of the subordinate is really important. The legality of an order is not an element of the disobedience offense. It is a question of law to be determined by a military judge. So if a service member disobeys an order because they think it's unlawful, they could suffer all of the difficulties of a court-martial, including pretrial confinement and the stress of the unknown, just to finally, somewhere down the road, have a military judge rule that the order was in fact unlawful. It's a whole lot easier to acknowledge, salute, and execute. And it's designed that way.
We're here to preserve democracy, not to practice it.
Punishing disobedience is part of how obedience to orders is incentivized in the military. It's also just part of military culture. Instant obedience to orders is drilled into recruits and officers from day one. Another incentive is that obedience to orders is a legal defense in a criminal prosecution. An act performed pursuant to a lawful order is justified. It is a defense to any offense that the accused was acting pursuant to orders unless the accused knew the orders to be unlawful or a person of ordinary sense and understanding would have known the orders to be unlawful. Another way of putting that last clause is that the inference of lawfulness that we previously talked about does not apply to a patently illegal order, such as one that directs the commission of a crime. This is the legal mechanism for how killing in war is ordinarily not criminal homicide. Criminal homicide is the unjustified killing of another person. Following lawful orders is justification. So killing in war, under most scenarios, is justified killing. There's a common saying, lawful but awful. But wait a second, isn't this the Nuremberg defense? The defense that high-ranking Nazis tried to use to defend their actions during World War II? That they were just following orders? And wasn't that rejected? Well, kind of, but not really. One of the legal rules that was applied to the Nuremberg trials was Nuremberg Principle 4, which read,
No, I'm not doing this
"The
quite
fact that
right.
a person acted pursuant to order of his government or of a superior does not relieve him from responsibility under international law, provided a moral choice was in fact possible to him."
Yeah, it is.
This is a nice setup you have here.
Oh, nice. Nice.
A lot of people ask how NICE became the leader in AI-powered customer experience. And yes, we have an incredible AI platform, but honestly, our secret sauce is Kristen Bell.
Kristen has an abnormally high...
The fact that a person was
Oopsie.
following orders was seen as potential mitigation of punishment, not a defense to allegations of war crimes. But the reason for Nuremberg Principle 4 and the rejection of the legal defense of superior orders was because the Allies had already determined that the actions commanded by the orders were patently illegal, executing prisoners of war, genocide, etc. If the orders were patently illegal, there is no defense. So it actually wasn't a substantial deviation from current US and international law. For example, the 1998 Rome Statute, which is the foundational document for the International Criminal Court, spells out the current rule in Article 33. The fact that a crime within the jurisdiction of the court has been committed by a person pursuant to an order of a government or of a superior, whether military or civilian, shall not relieve that person of criminal responsibility unless A, the person was under a legal obligation to obey orders of the government or the superior in question, B, the person did not know that the order was unlawful, and C, the order was not manifestly unlawful. The article continues, for the purposes of this article, orders to commit genocide or crimes against humanity are manifestly unlawful. This tracks pretty closely with the superior orders defense as outlined in the Uniform Code of Military Justice, basically just substituting manifestly for patently illegal. Let me give a historical illustration for the US military. US Army 2nd Lieutenant William Calley and the My Lai Massacre. Callie led a platoon in Company C, 1st Battalion, 20th Infantry Regiment. On March 16, 1968, right after the Tet Offensive, Company C assaulted a village called Son Mi in South Vietnam. The suspicion was that the remnants of the Viet Cong's 48th Battalion were taking refuge there. Callie's platoon entered the hamlet of Tu Cong, which had erroneously been marked on army maps as My Lai, and proceeded to massacre hundreds of civilians, including children and the elderly. This included pushing these civilians into a ditch and shooting them. Mothers jumped on the bodies of children to protect them, only to have the children who could walk mowed down as they fled. Callie was later court-martialed for numerous counts of murder. He had two defenses. First, that the massacre was actually the result of an unintentional airstrike. That did not go well for him. Callie's second defense was that he was just following the orders of Company C's commanding officer, Captain Ernest Medina, and I'm being serious here, that Callie was just too dim-witted to perceive the alleged orders as patently illegal. There is some dispute over what Captain Medina did and didn't order, but ultimately that didn't matter. Callie was convicted of 22 counts of murder. In upholding the verdict, the Court of Military Appeals said the following: whether Lieutenant Callie was the most ignorant person in the United States Army in Vietnam, or the most intelligent, he must be presumed to know that he could not kill the people involved here. In order to kill infants and unarmed civilians who were so demonstrably incapable of resistance to the armed might of a military force as were those killed by Lieutenant Callie is palpably illegal.
Now, sorry to interrupt, but if you get court-martialed, you're going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got a data breach letter saying your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team.
So what happens if a service member obeys a patently illegal order? Well, not only do they lose the obedience to order's defense, to whatever it is the patently illegal order commanded them to do, but they may commit the additional crime of dereliction of duty. Article 92 of the UCMJ makes it a crime when a person willfully or negligently fails to perform that person's duties. Dereliction of duty is a very broad provision, but in this context, the duty to disobey an unlawful order applies only to a positive act that constitutes a crime that is so manifestly beyond the legal power or discretion of the commander as to admit of no rational doubt of their unlawfulness. So this is the framework we have. If a service member obeys a lawful order, or at least one that isn't patently illegal, they do not commit a crime. If a service member disobeys an order thinking it's unlawful, they do so at their own peril. And if a service member obeys a patently illegal order, they not only lose the obedience to order's defense for whatever they did, but they may also commit the separate crime of dereliction of duty. It's easy to see the black and white unlawfulness of obeying an order to commit genocide, for example. But for most things, it is a whole world. Ken White, a smart and funny lawyer and podcaster, posted this on social media. America's military, including the National Guard, can and should refuse unconstitutional orders. May those men and women who fight for the lawless regime face appropriate consequences. Now, I single Ken out not because he's especially wrong or even wrong-headed, but because this is one of those issues that sounds easier than it really is. Let's assume a service member wants to disobey an order because he thinks it's unconstitutional. He has to overcome the presumption of lawfulness.
Is it your opinion or is it an algorithm's? At Ground News, we believe your worldview should be challenged, not coddled. That's why we sift through thousands of stories every day to uncover news blind spots, stories that are being underreported by the left or the right. And blind spots are made worse by heat-seeking social media algorithms, no different than the one that may have decided to show you this video. For example, in the last few years, left-leaning outlets have often ignored stories about government waste, like this story about the Pentagon failing an audit for the 7th straight year. And right-leaning outlets have often overlooked stories relating to climate change, like this story about how ExxonMobil knew about climate change 5 decades ago. Get unlimited access to our blind spot feed and much more with our Vantage subscription. So join our community of subscribers and see the world and yourself a little clearer.
The way to do that is to show that the order is patently unlawful, which is to say that it commands a positive act that constitutes a crime that is so manifestly beyond the legal power or discretion of the commander as to admit of no rational doubt of their unlawfulness. No rational doubt. Can you expect a 19-year-old enlistee to have an interpretation of the United States Constitution that objectively offers no rational doubt? 23-year-old lieutenant? I think the answer to that is no, almost never. Now I get it. The oaths service members give include to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign or domestic. While that sounds to some like it could be a get-out-of-jail-free card to avoid apparent unconstitutional orders, I think Professor Oren Kerr gets it right. The oath is probably best understood in its historical context as a promise to oppose political reforms outside the Constitution. You have to stay loyal to the government that is based on the Constitution, and you can't support a rebellion or overthrow of that government. In other words, the oath to support and defend the Constitution is not an invitation for millions of uniformed American service members to independently enforce their own view of the Constitution. It also doesn't empower the military to supersede civilian orders under the military's own interpretation of the Constitution. That's how we get from General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff during Trump's first term, to General Mark Milley, chairman of the Glorious People's Revolutionary Council. And no one wants that. But maybe Ken or someone else thinks that it's the deployment orders themselves that are unconstitutional. Not the orders to protect and assist ICE agents in Los Angeles, but the mobilization order to enter active duty and go to LA. Or let's go a step further, how about orders to invade Greenland? If the commander-in-chief orders a deployment that subordinates in the military believe to be unlawful, can they refuse to go? This kind of thing actually has been litigated before, many times. In 1990, Captain Yolanda Huet-Von, a doctor in the Army Reserve, resisted deployment orders in support of Operation Desert Storm. The Court of Appeals for the Armed Forces upheld her conviction for desertion, holding that the legality of the decision to employ military forces in the Persian Gulf pertained to a non-justiciable political question. In other words, Huet-Von's order to deploy to the Persian Gulf could not be reviewed by a court for lawfulness, because the order falls under the war powers.
Boring, I'm sorry. I even like law, but that's boring me. Boom, boom, ba-doom. Boom, boom, ba-boom. Boom, boom, ba-doom. Boom, boom, ba-doom. Boom, 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 ba-doom. Dream on, dream until your dreams come true. Ba-da-ba-bow-bow.
Hey guys!
Hey, now I did it again.
Good afternoon, everyone. President Trump's powerful efforts to secure our homeland are working. According to newly released numbers, last month, Border Patrol saw a 93% decrease of illegal aliens crossing the southwest border between ports of entry from May 2024 under Joe Biden, when they encountered more than 117,000 illegal aliens. And this particular statistic is absolutely astounding. In the month of May, under the Trump administration, 0 illegal aliens were released into our country by Border Patrol. Let me say that again. Not a single illegal alien was released into the interior of the United States of America last month under this administration. Let's contrast that to Joe Biden's failed leadership, where immigration officers were wasting their finite time and resources processing dangerous illegal aliens for release into...
Man, imagine if they went after the country's problems the way they go after a person who can never run for office again. Feckless arguments. And are they campaigning to make sure that you don't run for Joe Biden next term?
The United States. President Trump immediately terminated that reckless Biden-era practice that undermined the rule of law, jeopardized public safety and our national security, and diverted critical resources away from stopping deadly drugs and violent criminals from entering our country. That's the reason why not a single illegal alien was released into the interior of the United States in the month of May. And as a result, we now have a border that is reaching unprecedented levels of operational success. The efforts by President Trump to stop the illegal immigrant invasion and secure the border in this short amount of time represent one of the greatest achievements by a presidential administration in the history of our great country. With illegal entries being overwhelmingly halted, the Trump administration is dramatically ramping up efforts to arrest and deport all of the millions of criminal illegal aliens that Joe Biden let into our country over the past 4 years. President Trump has directed all of our ICE officers to do everything in their power to carry out the single largest mass deportation operation in history. Illegal criminals who are hiding in America's largest so-called sanctuary cities will be increasingly targeted for removal. Radical Democrats will no longer be allowed to shelter illegals who threaten public safety as part of their cynical efforts to expand political power, drain the American taxpayer, and artificially lower wages and steal American jobs. ICE officers are courageous heroes, upholding the rule of law and keeping our citizens safe. And they have the full and unwavering support of this president. In economic news, President Trump's pro-growth agenda is delivering for the American worker. Through the first 5 months of the Trump administration, real blue-collar wages are up nearly 2%. It's the strongest growth in nearly 60 years, and a stark contrast from the negative wage growth seen during the first 5 months of the Biden administration. America is quickly returning to the successful formula of the first Trump administration: low inflation and rising wages. Once the big, beautiful bill is passed, this positive trend will only accelerate. Senate Republicans are continuing to push this critical legislation forward. The One Big Beautiful Bill will drive growth and supercharge the American economy. The Council of Economic Advisors found that the One Big Beautiful Bill will raise take-home pay by nearly $14,000 for a year for the average family of 4. The CEA also found that the One Big Beautiful Bill will increase wages as much as $11,000 for the average worker in America. The One Big Beautiful Bill expands the child tax credit and makes it permanent for more than 40 million families with children. And the bill will deliver no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and substantial tax cuts for our incredible seniors. Simply put, the One Big Beautiful Bill is a massive win for middle-class Americans. When nearly 80 million Americans sent President Trump back to this White House, they were doing so expecting these popular policies to be enacted. Republicans in Congress have a mandate to deliver, and President Trump demands they send this historic bill to his desk for signature by Independence Day, July 4th. The American people are fully behind President Trump. According to brand new polling from Insider Advantage, a clear 54% majority of Americans approve of the job President Trump is doing. That's because this president is keeping his promises and taking action every day to improve their lives. And passing this bill will help fulfill a number of President Trump's core campaign promises. Now, regarding the ongoing situation in Iran, I know there has been a lot of speculation amongst all of you in the media regarding the president's decision-making and whether or not the United States will be directly involved. In light of that news, I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, "Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks." That's a quote directly from the president for all of you today. So we'll kick it off for questions here in our new media seat. We have Eli Lake from the Free Press. Eli, go ahead.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you.
The Free Press. The decision to extend the, I guess, delay in enforcing the TikTok ban.
Sure.
Can you talk about how the White House understands its constitutional authority in light of the Supreme Court's decision in January that said that the president had to enforce the ban?
Sure. Well, as all of you know, because the president put it out on his Truth Social today, he did sign an executive
Ooh, on the
order to
Truth
extend
Social.
the TikTok ban for 90 days. So, in the effort to make a deal, and the White House counsel,
Court said this. Well, I put on Truth Social this. Ooh.
I think it's on our website by now. If it's not, my team will now put it up immediately. And you can read the language of the executive order, and the White House counsel's office and the Department of Justice strongly.
We were trying not to fucking have to deal with this, but now that you said it, now we're going to have to deal with it.
And the political reasoning for this, of course, is because the president made a promise to keep TikTok on. There are 100 million Americans.
No, I remember him saying he was going to get rid of it.
Popular. He also wants to protect Americans' data and privacy concerns on this app, and he believes we can do both things at the same time. So he's making an extension so we can get this deal done.
Can I get a follow-up?
Sure.
A few weeks ago, Tucker Carlson reported on a meeting between the president, Mark Levin, and others at the White House. Is there a leak investigation, and can you say who else was in that meeting?
I'm not aware of a leak investigation at this time. I, for one, do not reveal details about the president's private meetings without his permission to do so. But certainly the president does not like when people leak. He takes that very seriously. This entire administration takes that seriously, and that's why you've seen at agencies some of the cabinet secretaries have been given the authority by the president to let go of staff who are engaged in such leaks, especially those that risk American national security.
This is a nice setup you have here.
Oh, nice.
Nice! A lot of people ask how NICE became the leader in AI-powered customer experience. And yes, we have an incredible AI platform, but honestly, our secret sauce is Kristen Bell.
Kristen has an abnormally high baseline for niceness. We tested it repeatedly.
You've just been transferred for the 4th time.
I love meeting new people. It says your package has arrived, but you can't find it.
Ooh, a mystery.
You get to the restaurant, but they've given away your reservation.
Takeout and dinner at home? Even better. Your friend is late for lunch. No, I was early. That's on me.
You've now been on hold for 45 minutes.
Jam into royalty.
Sorry.
Sure. Go ahead.
Caroline, thank you. So Rhino warmonger Lindsey Graham, he recently called on the U.S. to go all in.
That's quite the lead to a question.
Right. What's your message to everyday Trump supporters? Not the Tucker Carlsons or other big names, but everyday Trump supporters, grassroots who voted for President Trump to stop the wars rejected this in the primary, going into another war with voting against Nikki Haley, and they want to see non-U.S. involvement in this war. What's your message?
Trust in President Trump. President Trump has incredible instincts, and President Trump kept America and the world safe in his first term as president in implementing a peace through strength foreign policy agenda. And with respect to Iran, nobody should be surprised by the president's position that Iran absolutely cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. He's been unequivocally clear about this for decades, not just as president, not just as a presidential candidate, but also as a private citizen. In fact, I have some quotes for you. In 2011, President Trump said, America's primary goal with Iran must be to destroy its nuclear ambitions. We cannot allow this radical regime to acquire a nuclear weapon that they will either use or hand off to terrorists. In 2015, the president said the problem is that Iran poses an existential threat to Israel, our Middle Eastern allies, and the United States. And of course, the president has repeated that in his first term as president and his second term as president as well. That's why he was adamantly opposed to the disastrous Iranian nuclear agreement that was implemented by President Obama. And it's why he has given great latitude and given a lot of effort to achieving a diplomatic solution. But he's been very clear. Iran went for 60 days when he gave them that 60-day warning without coming to the table. On day 61, Israel took action against Iran. And as I just told you from the president directly, he will make a decision within 2 weeks.
A follow-up?
Sure. Go ahead, Natalie.
Thanks, Caroline. Can you confirm whether Steve Witkoff has been in touch with the Iranian foreign minister? And does Witkoff plan to go to Geneva tomorrow for talks?
I am not tracking that on Mr. Witkoff's travel schedule, but I can certainly check in with him to be sure. As for correspondence between the United States and the Iranians, I can confirm that correspondence has continued. As you know, we were engaged with 6 rounds of negotiations with them in both indirect and direct ways.
Thanks, Ken. Just to clarify the president's statement just now, when he says that he'll make a decision in the next 2 weeks, is he saying that if Iran does not come back to the negotiating table within the next 2 weeks, that the president will strike?
The president is saying that he will make a decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks. It's very clear and direct.
Very clear and direct.
Progress. He obviously is holding out hope for
Oh, dude, at some point in time. Very clear, very direct.
Inklings of progress that give him that hope that talks are still possible.
Well, that's why he said in the statement that I just read for all of you, based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, he will make that decision within the next 2 weeks.
What makes him think there's still a substantial chance, is my question.
I'm not going to get into the reasoning and the rationale the president believes that, but that's his position, and he will make a decision within the next 2 weeks.
Caroline.
Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. President Trump has said previously in regard to Russia, he's used this phrase about 2 weeks several times in terms of like, we expect like a 2-week deadline and then you give another 2-week deadline. How can we be sure that he's going to stick to this one on making a decision on Iran?
Well, in those deadlines, as you've seen in respect to Russia, Ukraine, might I add, these are 2 very different, complicated global conflicts, as you know, that the president inherited from our previous incompetent president in the weakness of the previous administration. And the president has spent a tremendous amount of time and effort cleaning up these crises that were caused by the last administration's just complete dereliction of duty on the world stage and American weakness. Now,
damn you, Joe Biden.
With respect to Russia and Ukraine, because of that American strength and the president's leadership, we have seen these 2 sides engage in direct negotiations. And the last time the president said 2 weeks, you saw Russia and Ukraine have direct negotiations for the first time in years. And so the president is always interested in a diplomatic solution to the problems and the global conflicts in this world. Again, he is a peacemaker in chief. He is the peace through strength president. And so if there's a chance for diplomacy, the president's always going to grab it.
Peace
But he's not afraid to use strength as well, I will add. Francesca.
Thanks, Caroline.
Eat a
What
taco.
exactly would a deal with Iran need to entail?
No enrichment of a uranium, and it would absolutely not. Iran is not absolutely not able to achieve a nuclear weapon. The president has been very clear about that. And by the way, the deal that Special Envoy Witkoff proposed to the Iranians was both realistic and acceptable within its terms, and that's why the president is sent that deal to them.
To follow up on what you told Natalie, are the talks that the United States is currently having with Iran direct, or are those through intermediaries? And if so, which countries are acting as the intermediary right now?
Out of respect for the ongoing discussions and negotiations, I am not going to get into the details of them. We've provided you confirmation for now. Go ahead.
Sure, and then behind you too.
In today's complex operating environment, filled with geopolitical uncertainty, increasing competitive pressure, and regulatory demands, corporate leaders face an urgent need to streamline business execution and enhance performance.
I shouldn't even have to need to clamp this.
Okay, so thanks. Sorry, on the topic of negotiations and talks, does the President have any hopes or specific expectations for the talks tomorrow between European foreign secretaries and their Iranian counterpart?
Well, certainly the entire world is on the president's side when it comes to the fact that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. This is something that pretty much all of humanity, except for the Iranian terrorist regime themselves, agree upon. And so the president expects that Europe will deliver that message directly to the Iranians.
Why does President Trump believe that this 90-day extension on TikTok will provide more runway perhaps than the previous extensions that haven't led to a divestment deal?
Because it's more time to make a good deal. Simple question. Dasha?
Thank you so much. I know things are going day by day right now. The president wants maximum optionality. Is the possibility of the U.S. getting involved in regime change in Iran at all on the table at this point? And then I have one on
Sure. The president's top priority right now is ensuring that Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon and providing peace and stability in the Middle East.
On Medicaid, Caroline,
Sure.
the Senate put forward Medicaid provisions, particularly a lower cap on state provider taxes that hospitals have said would lead to mass closures, particularly in rural communities. Is the president willing to sign a bill that includes those provisions that Republican senators like Josh Hawley say will lead to hospital closures?
Out of respect for the ongoing discussions that the White House is very much actively involved in with our friends in the United States Senate, I won't comment on that specific provision.
I'm going to want to
The
weight
bill hasn't been
these.
sent to the president's desk yet. There's more room for change. The president, for one, I will reiterate, has been very clear on his priorities with respect to Medicaid. He wants to see waste, fraud, and abuse ridden from the system to protect it for tax-paying citizens who deserve those much-needed benefits. He wants to prioritize the sick, the needy, the poor in this country who deserve those benefits, not the 1.4 million illegal aliens who are receiving them. And he wants to make sure this one big beautiful bill kicks those illegal aliens off of this program to preserve it and protect it and strengthen it for the American people. And the president has been very clear in that message to his friends in the Senate. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
Logistically, if the Iranians are getting to Geneva, does that mean they've found a way to get to the White House?
I am not going to get into hypotheticals, but as you heard from the president yesterday, they have expressed interest in doing so.
There's a lot
Philip.
of pressure on the president to come to the aid of Israel. There's a lot of pressure on him to finish the job with force. How is he balancing the concern that if he doesn't choose to do that, that it would send a message to Xi Jinping about the U.S. commitment to Taiwan?
Well, the president enjoys a very respectful and cordial relationship with China's president. He has long maintained that, even in his first
Just
term.
like with Putin.
And China and the United States share many strategic
Putin does whatever
interests,
Trump
both
wants.
in terms of economics and also, of course,
Dealmaker.
global affairs and foreign policy as well. However, when it comes to balancing these different viewpoints, the president is balancing a lot of viewpoints, and he is listening not just to other world leaders, but to his advisors and to people here in the country and the American people too. And I think that's what makes this president such a great leader, is his ability to listen and make a good decision on behalf of the American public based on his instincts and his experience. Don't forget, this is a president who was here before, and the world was a much more peaceful and stable place when he left office than when he came back in after the past 4 years of complete incompetence by the previous president. Philip, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. Two quick questions. When the president says Iran is very close to a nuclear weapon, is he relying on U.S. intelligence?
There we go. 70% of his score will be from moving around. 30% would be done by looking.
That Iran has never
I don't really care if it looks. I just want it to move forward to its body. You can look around.
Some type of military action. Would the president go to Congress to seek war authority?
I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals. I gave you the statement from the president. He'll make a decision within 2 weeks.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline.
Mary and then Elizabeth.
Two questions, one on Iran and then the second on something Jasmine Crockett said this morning. So given that we know the Iranian government did order an operative to assassinate the president, is there concern that Iran might respond with non-traditional military ways to some kind of strike on Iran, such as another assassination attempt? And has the Department of Justice looked into this last attempt on the president's life?
I believe Secret Service and the FBI have looked into the 2 assassination attempts that took place against the president, both of which were sad days in our nation's history. So I would defer you to the Department of Justice on where those investigations stand. But as for your question regarding
Actually, now it shouldn't have to even divide it by 2. That's equal to 1.
The American public and the world that this administration is prepared and ready to defend American interests and assets, not just in the region, but here on our homeland as well.
Thank you. And then really quick on Jasmine Crockett, she said, I believe, that Trump supporters are mentally ill before calling for bipartisan support against the president. Can you respond to that, especially considering she's a rising star in the Democrat Party right now?
She is a rising star. It's quite something to behold, actually. I hope that she continues to be a rising star for the Republican Party, at least. I think it's incredibly derogatory to accuse nearly 80 million Americans of mental illness. The last time I checked...
This is the same people who call the other half of America the enemy within, animals.
Jasmine Crockett couldn't dream of winning such a majority of the public as President Trump did. And the America First movement, which President Trump has built, is filled of hardworking patriots, the forgotten men and women, business owners, law enforcement officers, nurses and teachers, and middle America, as we all know, from where you all grew up, outside of this beltway. That's who makes up this president's movement. And Jasmine Crockett should go to a Trump rally sometime and she can see it for herself. Jennifer.
One on North Korea and one on China. Sure. On North Korea, they launched some rockets into the ocean today. What does the White House make of that? Do you read any meaning into that timing of that launch? And then on China, do you have any reaction to Xi Jinping's offer of intervening in Iran diplomatically? And are you seeing any signs that China would get involved militarily to support Iran?
I don't believe we're seeing any signs of that at this moment in time. As for Xi Jinping's offer, I will leave it to the president to respond to that himself. As for your question about North Korea, we are monitoring the situation. The Trump administration is in close contact with our new South Korean counterparts as we work together to deter our adversaries and preserve a free and open Indo-Pacific. And no matter where, our adversaries and our allies alike know that President Trump will not tolerate threats against our interests on his watch, even as he works to resolve the wars that he inherited. Alex, go ahead, and then I'll come to you.
Thank you. Is the president concerned about the economy if farms and hotels, et cetera, struggle to find workers?
The president's always concerned about the economy. That's on his mind every day. He wakes up, he checks the markets, he checks wage growth. As I pointed out, it's a record high today for middle class and American workers. So the president's always wanting to ensure that we have a strong and robust economy for the American people and worker, and we do. As for the specific concerns regarding jobs, look, the president has made it very clear we need to remove public safety threats from the interior of our country, and that remains the focus and the priority of this administration when it comes to deportations, no matter where somebody works. If they're an illegal alien rapist or murderer that was allowed into this country in the past 4 years by this administration, the American people want those types of criminals to be deported from our country, and that's what the president is backing ICE to do.
A nation isn't just built, it's powered. This year, Chevron is investing $9 billion in U.S. energy projects, fueling infrastructure, and supporting jobs in all 50 states. Learn more about the hands at work, powering America.
Get road trip ready with deals at Pep Boys.
All right, I think I'm happy with that.
Cooper Adventurer all-season tires and get the
I'm gonna run it one more time and then remove that debug log and
You'll receive a full synthetic oil.
see what else I can complain about before compiling it again.
$140 with coupon. Need a deal on brakes?
Oh.
Save up to one.
Thanks. There was an apparent skirmish between the Chinese and the Philippines in the South China Sea. Just curious if you had any reaction to that, and if the steps you're taking towards the Middle East right now are reducing your capacity to deal with that situation.
I believe that happened as I was preparing and coming out here, so we'll get you a response to that. Certainly we have one, and our teams are always monitoring situations all around the globe.
Okay, and then one more just on Iran. Just over the past 24 hours, we've seen some Israeli strikes on Natanz, Isfahan, and Kondab.
nuclear facilities. Is there any assessment just of how effective or what the result of those strikes will be?
What I can share is that the IDF and Israel, I think, have exceeded a lot of people's expectations in their ability to really hinder Iran's nuclear facilities, but also they've taken out key people in the Iranian regime's leadership as well. So this is something, of course, we are monitoring and watching every day, and the president was just in an intelligence briefing. He continues to be briefed by his National Security Council, and he will throughout the duration of this war and conflict. And he also remains in constant communication with our Israeli counterparts, most notably Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Kristen.
Thank you, Caroline. We have heard from a number of U.S. officials who say that Iran doesn't want to make a deal, that they are just stringing the United States along. What is to say that they are not going to continue to do so if we continue to give them extensions, now 2 weeks before 60 days?
Look, Iran is in a very weak and vulnerable position because of the strikes and the attacks from Israel. And with respect to the president's statement, I shared that with all of you. And he has been very direct and clear. Iran can and should make a deal. We sent a deal to them that was practical, that was realistic, or they will face grave consequences.
Why is Steve Witkoff not participating in the talks this week?
I can ask Mr. Witkoff why he is not.
Thanks, Caroline. Does the president object if Israel attempts its own operation against Fordo in the next 2 weeks?
I won't decide that for the president, nor will I share that here. I'll let him speak to that.
And then just another one. Iran is apparently warning Europeans that if it's struck by the U.S., it may withdraw from the nuclear proliferation treaty. That would result in throwing out inspectors and taking the program dark. What does the president think of the value of having Iran as a full signatory of that treaty?
Well, that's reckless rhetoric, but I understand the Europeans are meeting with the Iranians tomorrow, so we'll see how that meeting goes.
Just one more on Juneteenth. Does the president plan to commemorate the holiday today or make any comment on it?
I'm not tracking his signature on a proclamation today. I know this is a federal holiday. I want to thank all of you for showing up to work. We are certainly here. We're working 24/7 right now. Nikki, go ahead.
Actually, that was my question. Will he plan to mark Juneteenth in any way, either today or with an event later on, maybe next week?
Sure. I just answered that question for you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Caroline. The fact that this president is giving some time and space for diplomacy, another 2 weeks, does it mean that the president is trying his best to avoid a direct conflict with Iran?
I think the president has made it clear he always wants to pursue diplomacy, but believe me, the president is unafraid to use strength if necessary. And Iran and the entire world should know that the United States military is the strongest and most lethal fighting force in the world, and we have capabilities that no other country on this planet possesses. Owen.
Caroline, good afternoon. The Supreme Court, as you know, has upheld Tennessee's ban on transgender medical procedures for minors, puberty blockers, hormone therapy, etc. The White House reaction to that, please.
It's a huge victory for America's children, and it's obviously something this administration believes strongly in, that young minor children should not be allowed to be subjected to chemical castration and mutilation. The president himself has taken very strong orders, or has signed very strong executive orders on this, and we are grateful for Tennessee's efforts to protect our children, and we are grateful the Supreme Court ruled on the side of the law, but also on the side of protecting America's innocent children. Elizabeth, go ahead. Sorry, I skipped you earlier.
Thank you so much. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced new vetting procedures on student visas. Will this serve as a model for vetting other foreign visas?
For all foreign visas, yes. As you know, the president signed an executive order, I think it was one of the first he signed in the first week, to strengthen our vetting requirements and our vetting system here in the United States for all visas. He directed the Secretary of State to do that. There was a pause in some of that vetting, as you all know, recently, especially with respect to students from some certain countries. But the vetting has continued, and it's stronger than ever before. As for specifics on how the vetting process has changed, I would defer you to the Department of State. As you know, they're in charge of things like that.
Thank you. To what extent is this 2-week delay with Iran the result of interventions by the likes of Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, or the entreaties of European leaders who want a de-escalation?
Look, the president hears all voices across the country, and he makes decisions based on his instincts. And he has always said diplomacy is his first option.
And is he still planning to attend the NATO summit next week?
He is, yes. We will be departing from Washington on Monday morning, and hopefully we'll see some of you there. Kayla.
Thanks, Caroline. Oil prices have been spiking over the last week as the
president watching the oil market, and is that factoring into his decision making in the Middle East?
Again, as I said to, I think, Alex's question previously, the president is always watching, and this administration is doing more than any in history to bring oil prices and gas prices here at home down for the American public. They have been plummeting since President Trump's inauguration because of the executive action and the federal action this administration has taken on the home front. But yes, of course, he's paying attention and monitoring that. But as for whether it's weighing into his decision, there's a number of factors that, of course, are. And as I said, he will make that decision in the next 2 weeks. Can't reiterate that enough. Ouija.
Caroline, thank you. With regard to a potential deal, Iran has said it will not negotiate under duress. Does the president believe there should be a ceasefire in these next 2 weeks as the U.S. tries to broker a deal?
That's not what he said in the statement he dictated to me, so I won't get ahead of the president or add anything additional to the statement that he gave me the liberty to share with all of you.
Just to follow up on how close Iran is to a nuclear weapon, can you clarify, when the president said a few weeks away, did he mean obtaining enough enriched uranium to start building a weapon, or did he mean Iran is a few weeks away from completing the production of a weapon?
I'm glad you asked that, Ouija. It's an important question, and it's one, frankly, the media has been getting wrong. Let's be very clear. Iran has all that it needs to achieve a nuclear weapon. All they need is a decision from the supreme leader to do that, and it would take a couple of weeks to complete the production of that weapon, which would, of course, pose an existential threat not just to Israel, but to the United States and to the entire world. And that is something that the entire world, including countries like Russia, is in agreement with, that Iran should not and cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. And that's why the president believes that, and he's believed that, again, not just his political career, but frankly, his entire life.
So it
Michael.
sounds like it's the former, just to be clear.
Correct.
That they have the components. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Michael.
Caroline, as we look forward to the NATO summit next week, Spain right now is threatening not to oblige the president's request for all NATO countries to spend at least 5% of their GDP. Does the president take issue with this, with Spain right now?
I didn't see Spain's comments. I'll make sure the president sees them, and I can assure you he wants to see all European countries pay their fair share and meet that 5% threshold. It's only fair considering the American taxpayers have given a significant chunk of money to the tune of billions of dollars to support our mutual interests and our assured defense. So I will let him speak to that, but he's made his priorities for our European allies quite clear, including Spain.
Thank you, Caroline. One last question. When it comes to the president's position on foreign policy in general, is there a phrase that the White House has coined? Is there a Trump doctrine? Does the president like to talk about this? Anyone here in the White House talking about this? And if so, if there is something akin to a Trump doctrine, how would you define it?
America first, always. And with that, I think I'll leave you. I know there's a lot of news in the world right now. As you know, our team is always here to answer your questions, and the president, I am sure, will take more questions from you guys at some point this week, as he always does.
Take it to the limit. One more time. What the fuck did I do? What's going on with you and your heads, baby? Bagale Billy is set on 0. 0. 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. What is going on there, Billy? Oh, what is happening, Billy? Bow, 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 bow. Wow, bum, 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 bum. Well, Billy, Billy, what in tarnation's going on here, buddy? What in hell have I done, Billy? And now you're working. What in the hell is that about, Billy, I wonder? You be glitching at the mainframe. Glitching at little bit, yeah. How about you not be a little punk, yeah? Boom, boom. If you like living and gather scores, boom, boom. Please don't do stupid shit again. Everybody Wang Chung tonight. Everybody Wang Chung. Wop, 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 wop. Wop, wop. Ooh, wop, wop. Ooh, ba-ba-ba-do, wop-ba. Afraid, dun, 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 too great. Would it not be fun? Boom, 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 your eyes. Dun, dun, dun. Just says, don't have nothing for you. I don't have nothing for you. Yeah. Whoop, 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 whoop. Well, Run, dun 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 bum bum bum. What else should I be? All apologies. When the sun feels one, when the sun Mary, Mary, bow, 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 what else should I be? All apologies. Oh, but look at that. Oh, and yeah, I did. Mary, Barry, bow, 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 Dear Gord Almighty, I've somehow mismeasured my damn head height again. God dang it, Billy. Come on now. You're not using the world position, are you, Billy? Why, I oughta. Oh. Oh, ba 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 boom ba da da. Alright, let me see if I can do this. What are you trying to do again, Billy? I think you just want to do that from the head. Come on, man. You fucking with me. Why's everybody always messing with me? Wow, 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 wow. Oh, no, no, no. Da-da-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Da 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 da. Let me think, let me think, let me think. I gotta be pulling a fucking raycast down from that head somewhere. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, okay, Billy. Okay, okay, I get it. I get it, Billy. I got sunshine. Oh, it's on a cloudy day. Honey pie, sugar pop, honey pie, sugar pop. That works much better, doesn't it, Billy? 5.28 above ground. That's the way you do it. That's the way you collect it. Get your data for nothing cause you've already pulled it previously. Yeah. Wow. Remake your shit. Wow. Oh. I do a little dance. Do a little dance. Do a little dance. Ba-ba. Blow dry her. Gets a little hotter. Ba-da-da-da-bum-bum-bum. Bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Bum-bum. Bum-bum-bum-bum. I did the fuck around. I did the fuck around. Oh yeah, I did the fuck around. Boom, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum. I did the fuck around. Boom, boom. Yeah, I did boom, ba, da, ba, boom, ba, da, ba. I did the fuck around. Got nothing done, cause all I did was fuck around. Boom, 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 boom. No, Billy. That's not correct just yet now, Billy. Golly, I'm gonna probably need to put this elsewhere too. Oh man. I just ain't gonna do it right now, but I know I'm gonna need it. I know it's gonna be reused. What you thinking about doing, little Billy? I need to know how tall you are. Ba ba da 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 ba ba. Hey, hey. What do you say? Ba 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 da da ba ba. Take this right here. Who's gonna take it from you, Billy? Bum ba da bum ba dum ba. I put it right here. Da da la la la. Come on now. Carnations, I bet that's going to work so much better now that it's done correctly. What do you think about that, little Billy? Bow, bow, bow. Billy, 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 Bill, Bill, Bill. Bill, Bill, Billy, Billy, Bill, Bill, Bill. 'Don't you forget about me, no, no. Go won't function without you. Boom, boom, bah. Something happened and I'm getting a value way out of range. .9? How's that? What'd I do? What'd you do, Billy? Is it because you didn't do this right here? Come on now, Billy. You not know how to math? Oh man, I'm disappointed in you, Billy. I'm a bad programmer. I hate my math skills. Hate syntax. Been reading tutorials also. Boom, 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 boom. I hack code here. I hack code there. You're all the way up. Boom, 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 boom. I bet that just about matches what it's got in its little box because it's almost standing upright. And see, that's why I'm an idiot. Because when I check things, of course it was standing upright. Man, I think if you're at 0.7, man, you done lost it. You done lost in the sauce. Way before 0.7. I'll let you go to 0.75. Oh man, I'm gonna have to put that in my perceptions. I need to go ahead and put that in my perceptions. I'm such a goofball. Such a goofball. Look at all these goof ups I had in there. Oh my. Oh hell no. Comment allez-vous ce soir, mes amis? Oh, croyez-nous, ma compagne? J'aimerais. Still messing with the how tall is the head thing. Well, you just named it local, baby. Why have you no memory? Boom, doo doo doo, boom boom, doo 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 doo, boom ba. Ya da 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 dee 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 dee, boom boom ba ba. That's all wrong. That's all wrong. I fix you now. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. We're rolling, rolling, rolling. Rolling, rolling, mouse wheel, rolling, rolling, rolling. Boom, 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 boom. Damn it, Billy, just look for local again. Why you gotta be a goof ass constantly? Aye, 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 Billy. I think you've made a mess of things right here, Billy. Aye, 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 aye. Aye, 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 aye. Oh, no. I'm giving it bad data. Yes, I am. But da 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 da. A data that is no good. Ba-ba-ba-doo-ba-doo-doo-doo. Let me think. Which one are you? I'm looking for. I know I gotta have one coming from the hips. Now, did I tell myself what the rayhead's order were? I wonder. Maybe some perceived self-balancing here. From the hips. Bum, ba-da. All right, so raycast at 5 is the hips. I feel like I should probably just do it here. Let's see what's going on inside the process self-perceptions. Maybe that'd be a better place to put it. What do you think about that? I think that's probably a great idea. I like using the AGL better when I'm using the world space hips down. Boom, 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 boom.
Are you ready?
Are you ready? Boom, 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 boom. Da-na-na-na-na.
Deepest possible level. When we talk about electrons, quarks and neutrinos, what are we actually talking about? In this video, I want to answer
What's it all mean, man?
According to our best theory of physics, what is a particle? Now, the answer is surprisingly easy to state. A particle is the smallest possible vibration of a quantum field. So if all you want is a convenient soundbite, there you have it.
Yep.
But if you'd like to truly
An
understand
excitation
what it means,
of the
and in the
field,
process,
yeah.
discover one of the most astonishing and successful theories in all of physics, quantum field theory, then stick around. This is going to be a wild
I like
ride,
UFT.
so buckle up and enjoy the show. To answer this question, we're going to need a strategy. First, we'll learn how to mathematically describe vibrations and waves. Then we'll explore the concept of a field, what it is, and how it can ripple and vibrate. Next, we'll see what happens when we bring quantum mechanics into the picture. And finally, we'll be ready to understand what a particle truly is, according to quantum field theory. We'll begin our journey by considering the simplest kind of vibration, first studied by Robert Hooke, a mass on a spring. Consider a spring fixed at one end with a mass m attached to the other end. If you then pull on the mass and extend the spring by some amount which we're going to call x, then the spring exerts a restoring force F in the opposite direction to the extension. And Hooke's law tells us that the force is proportional to the displacement, but in the opposite direction. And we can turn this into an equation by writing F equals minus kx, where k is the spring constant. Now, if we combine this with Newton's second law, F equals ma, we can write ma equals minus kx. And if we then rearrange for the acceleration, we find that a equals minus k over m times x. And we see that the acceleration is proportional to the negative of the displacement, which is characteristic of a type of motion known as simple harmonic motion. Okay, so what is this equation telling us? Well, the first step to answering this question is to recall that the acceleration is defined as the rate of change of displacement with respect to time, which we can write as d2x by dt squared. And if we then combine this with our simple harmonic motion equation, we find the following second order differential equation. This equation is telling us that the displacement of our mass changes with time in a very specific way, such that if we take the displacement function and differentiate twice with respect to time, we get back the same function with a minus sign. So what sort of function is this, and what does this motion look like? To answer that question, we can plot a graph with displacement on the y-axis and time on the x-axis, and if we then allow the mass to oscillate, we see that the displacement follows a characteristic periodic curve, which you hopefully recognise as a cosine function. More specifically, we can write the displacement as x of t equals a cos omega t, where a is the amplitude or maximum displacement of the spring, and omega is known as the angular frequency, which we can relate to the time period and oscillation frequency in the usual way. Okay, so let's now double check that this displacement function is indeed a solution to the simple harmonic motion differential equation we derived earlier. To do that, we simply need to substitute it into our equation. And to do that, we need to differentiate the function twice with respect to time, and we note that this is simply equal to minus omega squared x.
Keep calling, keep pledging for this great cause, our home renovation. Let's go to the phones.
Nobody's watching this.
Haha, but they will be, because actor Martin Kove is gonna show us some karate.
Karate wasn't part of the deal.
The right money moves aren't as ridiculous as you think. Hello there, I'm Ryan Reynolds. I want to introduce you to nature's benchwarmers. Get ready for the underdogs. You tell them, Green Day. I'm here for these guys. Now it's their time to shine. Strap in for the ride, my friends. Nope, don't drink that.
If we then sub this result into our equation and rearrange and then take the square root, we see that this function is indeed a solution, provided that omega is equal to the square root of k over m. So what is this telling us? Well, if we recall the relation between the angular frequency omega and the oscillation frequency f, we can then combine these relations and derive an expression for the oscillation frequency, as well as the time period of our harmonic oscillator. And so we see that once we specify the spring constant and mass of our system, we can predict the frequency and time period of our harmonic oscillator. Okay, but what about the energy of the harmonic oscillator? How might we determine that? Well, the total energy of our oscillator could be written as the sum of the kinetic and potential energy, and we can write this as half m dx by dt squared plus half kx squared, where the first term is the usual half mv squared kinetic term, and the second is the standard quadratic potential energy term for a harmonic oscillator. We observe something interesting if we then sub in the displacement function and the derivative of the displacement function into the energy equation, and we find the following expression involving a sine squared and cosine squared term. If we then rewrite the coefficient of the cosine squared term by using the omega equation we derived earlier, and rearranging this in terms of k, then we can factorise the energy equation, and we note that the term inside the bracket is the well-known trig identity, which is simply equal to 1, and so our energy term drastically simplifies and becomes half m omega squared a squared. We notice a few things about this relation. Firstly, all time dependence has dropped out, and this is simply telling us that energy is conserved. In other words, the total energy remains constant in time. We also note that for a given mass and spring constant, the total energy is proportional to the square of the amplitude. And since in classical physics the amplitude can take any value, so too can the energy. As the amplitude increases, the energy does in a smooth and continuous fashion.
Infinite, yo.
Now, a natural extension of a simple harmonic oscillator is to consider a classical wave, which consists of a series of coupled harmonic oscillators. An example of a classical mechanical wave is provided by a rope held by two people under tension. If one of the people then rapidly moves their hands up and down, you will see a wave pulse moving along the rope. Alternatively, if you were to wiggle your hand up and down in a periodic fashion, then you can send a train of waves along the rope, and if we then highlight just one section of the wave, we notice that this point is simply moving up and down in a vertical direction rather than side to side. More specifically, if we zoom in and focus on this point, we actually see that it's undergoing simple harmonic motion, much like a mass attached to a spring. Now, we can describe the displacement of a wave in the y direction as a function of position x and time t according to the relation y of xt equals a cos kx minus omega t, where a is the amplitude, omega is the angular frequency, which, if you recall, is related to the oscillation frequency f, and k is the wave number, which defines the spatial frequency of the wave, and is related to the wavelength by the relation k equals 2 pi over lambda. We see from the displacement equation that for a given value of x, say for example x equals 0, the function reduces to the displacement function of a simple harmonic oscillator. And it's in this sense that we can think of a wave as a series of coupled harmonic oscillators. Now, in much the same way that the displacement function for a harmonic oscillator was a solution to a differential equation, the displacement function for a propagating wave is also the solution to a differential equation. This equation is known as the wave equation, and it's a characteristic equation that describes many types of waves within the universe. We note that the velocity v of the wave appears explicitly in this equation. Now, we can check that the displacement function is indeed a solution by subbing it into the wave equation. To do this, we note that the second derivative of displacement with respect to time is equal to minus omega squared y, and the second derivative with respect to x is equal to minus k squared y. If we then sub these results into the wave equation and simplify, we find that the displacement function is a solution provided that omega squared equals v squared k squared. This relation is known as a dispersion relation, and it will play an important role in what follows. A key point to emphasize at this stage is the relation between the wave number k and the angular frequency omega.
It's me you want.
we see that as the wave number k reduces to 0, the angular frequency omega also reduces to 0. In other words, for very long wavelength waves, the frequency tends to 0. To see this explicitly, let's take the square root and rearrange our dispersion relation in terms of v. And then if we sub in the definitions for omega and k, we see that we recover the familiar relation v equals f lambda. Now here is the key point. For a given physical system, such as waves propagating down a particular rope, the velocity of the waves is constant for that system. And so we see from the equation v equals f lambda that for a wave with a fixed velocity, as the wavelength tends to infinity, the frequency must tend to 0. And this is a feature of any wave that obeys this type of wave equation. Okay, so to summarise, we've seen that waves such as those that move along a stretched rope obey a wave equation, and the displacement of such a wave is described by a wave displacement function. And if we sub this function into the wave equation, we find that it is a solution, provided that v equals f lambda. And then we saw that for a given medium, all waves travelling through that medium have the same speed. And this then implies that the frequency and wavelength of these waves can take any values. And importantly, in the limit of very long wavelengths, the frequency reduces to 0 with no limit. Finally, because we're dealing with classical physics, the amplitude of these waves can in principle take any value and can vary continuously, and hence the energy, which is proportional to the square of the amplitude, can also vary continuously and take any value. Now, the next question is, can we modify this wave equation? And if so, what effect will that have? To answer these questions, let's consider a slight modification of our wiggling rope example. Let's imagine that along our rope there is a series of springs that connect the rope to the ground, such that when the rope is vertically displaced, there is a restoring force back towards the equilibrium position. To simplify matters, we'll also assume that there is no friction or air resistance in our system. So a natural question arises, what is the wave equation for this new system? Well, if you recall, we previously had the following expression for our wave equation without the spring restoring force.
Are you tired of paying rent or constantly moving from one place to another? LGI Homes has the solution for you. We offer affordable new homes with exceptional quality. With our simplified buying process and zero down options available, easily achieve the dream of homeownership and quickly move into your new home. At LGI Homes, we have it all, offering new homes complete with upgrades designed to add style, value, and energy efficiency to your life. Find your new home today with LGI Homes.
Jen, do you have the social posts yet?
Oh, I'll get those right to you. Jen, I need the audience analysis today.
Oh, okay.
Can you send me my talking points for tomorrow, whenever you get a sec?
Copilot, write talking points based on the product overview document. Create a chart using our audience data. Also, draft 5 social posts.
And it turns out that the effect of anchoring our rope to the ground with springs is to introduce a new linear term in our wave equation equal to omega naught squared y, where, for the case of the rope system, omega naught squared is equal to k divided by mu, where k is the spring constant per unit length of the rope due to these restoring springs, and mu is the mass per unit length of the rope. This additional term represents the fact that at every point along the rope there is now an extra restoring force pulling the rope back towards the equilibrium position, even if the rope is perfectly flat all along its length. And this has very important consequences for the behaviour of this system. To see how this system differs from the simple wave equation we were previously dealing with, we can make use of the displacement wave function we used earlier and sub this into our modified wave equation. As before, the second derivative of y with respect to t is equal to minus omega squared y, and the second derivative of y with respect to x is equal to minus k squared y. If we sub these results into the modified wave equation, we find the following result, and if we then cancel off the y's and rearrange for omega squared, we find the following modified dispersion relation. And if we then compare this with our unmodified wave equation dispersion relation, we see that there is a new omega naught squared term. So the natural question is, what is the effect of this new term? Well, to answer that question, we see that as the wave number reduces to 0, the angular frequency does not reduce to 0 as before, but rather reduces to omega naught. Now, if you recall, since the wave number k equals 2 pi over lambda, we see that k approaching 0 is equivalent to the wavelength becoming very long. And we see that in this limit there exists a minimum angular frequency which is non-zero, and this in turn means that there is a minimum oscillation frequency equal to omega naught divided by 2 pi. We can see this even more clearly if we plot k on the x-axis and omega on the y-axis. And if we then plot the unmodified dispersion relation corresponding to the rope without springs, we see that as k goes to 0, so does the angular frequency. Whereas if we plot the modified dispersion relation, as k goes to 0, the angular frequency tends to omega naught at k equals 0. We can visualize this by sending waves down our two ropes, one with and one without the springs, and we see that as we steadily increase the wavelength, then in the limit of infinite wavelength, the rope without the springs stops oscillating as its frequency tends to 0, whereas the rope with springs ends up oscillating with a frequency equal to omega naught. This makes perfect sense from a physical perspective. If we uniformly displace both ropes across their entire length and then release, then the rope with springs attached is pulled back, causing an oscillation, whereas there is no restoring force in the rope without springs and therefore no oscillation. Okay, so to summarise, we have seen that the unmodified wave equation takes the following form, and in this case the dispersion relation implies that as the wavelength becomes very long, the frequency reduces to 0. On the other hand, we have seen that the modified wave equation with restoring term has a modified dispersion relation that implies that there is a minimum possible frequency of vibration for these types of waves. Now, you might be wondering why we're spending so much time on this particular modification of the wave equation. The reason is that this modified wave equation with its built-in minimum frequency is the simplest example of a structure that will soon become very important to us. In fact, when we transition from ropes to fields, the exact same mathematical structure reappears, and the physical meaning of this minimum frequency will become central to our understanding of mass in quantum field theory. But before we get there, we need to take the next step in our journey and ask a new question. What exactly is a field, and how do we describe waves in a field? But before we answer, just a quick reminder to hit like and subscribe if you want to see more physics deep dives. It really helps grow the channel and reach more people. Now let's get back to it. Well, the good news is a field is easy to define. A field is simply a function of space and time. Perhaps the simplest type of field is known as a scalar field. This is just a single number that we assign to each point in space. For example, think of the temperature in your room. At every point in the room, we can assign a number representing the temperature at that location. We can of course represent the field in a number of ways. For example, we could use a heat map to show the distribution of temperature throughout the given room. It's also possible for our temperature field to change as a function of time. For example, if a local heat source enters our space, then we see that the field updates as the heat source moves. And so we see here that our field is changing as a function of both space and time. But not all fields are scalar fields. Some fields assign not just a number, but a vector to each point in space and time. These are called vector fields. A vector field tells you both a direction and a magnitude at every point in space. For example, the electric field is a vector field. At each point in space, the electric field specifies both the strength and the direction of the force that would act on a positive test charge if placed at that location.
Look away now, kids. Growth is...
Dealing with scalar fields or vector fields, one remarkable fact about nature is that the equations of motion describing waves in these fields often look very similar, even though the underlying physics can be quite different. For example, the height of the water surface in a tank is an example of a scalar field, and as waves pass through the water, the corresponding height field oscillates. Likewise, the variations in air pressure as a sound wave passes through air defines a pressure field, and we see that ripples exist in this field. And finally consider an electromagnetic wave. Here the electric field oscillates, but there is no underlying medium. The field is a fundamental entity that exists throughout space and time. Its oscillations are not the motion of something deeper. The field itself is what is waving. And here is something truly profound. Not only can the EM field support waves, it does so in a way that is consistent with the principles of special relativity. In fact, this is exactly how Einstein's theory of relativity was born. In the 19th century, James Clerk Maxwell showed that the equations of electricity and magnetism could be combined to form a characteristic wave equation, one that predicted a wave speed of 300 million meters per second. This remarkable result perfectly matched the recently measured speed of light, leading Maxwell to conclude that light itself is an electromagnetic wave. But this raised a profound question. If light travels at this fixed speed, relative to what frame of reference is that speed measured? This was precisely the question that Einstein considered when developing his special theory of relativity at the beginning of the 20th century. One of Einstein's key insights was to postulate that all observers, regardless of their state of motion, must measure the same speed of light. This required a radical new understanding of space and time. Observers moving relative to one another would measure time and distance differently in order to preserve the constancy of the speed of light. And crucially, Einstein's theory showed that the idea of an underlying medium was unnecessary. Light propagates as a ripple in the underlying relativistic electromagnetic field itself. It is the relativistic field that is waving, with no corresponding underlying medium. Okay, but what actually is a relativistic field? Well, a relativistic field is any field whose equations of motion respect the principles of special relativity, that the laws of physics take the same form for all inertial observers. Now, here is the key point. Everything we've done so far, waves on ropes, ripples in water, oscillations of air pressure, has been to build our intuition. But from this point forward, we're going to focus specifically on relativistic fields and waves within these fields. Now, the good news is that the equations that describe waves in relativistic fields have the exact same form as the unmodified and modified wave equations we've already seen. The only difference is that we replace y of xt, which represented, for example, the displacement of a rope, with the field value phi of xt, which could represent a scalar field or a component of a vector field. And second, and this is absolutely critical, for a relativistic field, we replace the wave speed v with the speed of light c, the universal speed limit. When we make these replacements, we end up with the following two relativistic field equations. And just as before, each of these wave equations has a corresponding dispersion relation, and it's still the case that waves described by the first equation can, in principle, have zero frequency at long wavelengths, whereas waves described by the modified field equation have a minimum vibration frequency characterized by omega naught. So let's pause for a moment and take stock. We've seen how the physics of simple harmonic motion led us to wave motion, then to fields, and now to equations that describe waves in relativistic fields. But what about quantum mechanics? After all, we live in a quantum mechanical universe, so how does this picture change when we bring quantum mechanics into the story? So far, we've only discussed the classical harmonic oscillator, such as the mass on a spring, and we've already seen in such a classical system, the amplitude can vary continuously and take any value, and since the total energy of such an oscillator is proportional to the amplitude squared, it follows that the energy can also vary smoothly and take any value. In classical physics, the simple harmonic oscillator is an example of a continuous system, meaning you can give the oscillator as little or as much energy as you like, and it varies smoothly. But according to quantum mechanics, this is no longer true. When we apply the rules of quantum mechanics to a harmonic oscillator, the energy of the system becomes quantized. It can only take on specific, discrete values.
How does payroll feel with Deal? Like fluid, effortless global processing. Without the handoffs. Deal, your forever people platform.
waiting for you.
Do you have good news?
I do.
More specifically, if you solve the Schrödinger equation for a harmonic oscillator potential, then you find that the energy is quantized according to the following relation, where n is an integer that labels the different energy states, h bar is Planck's constant divided by 2 pi, and omega is the angular frequency of the oscillator. We note that the separation between each of the energy levels of the quantum harmonic oscillator is always equal to h bar omega. In other words, the oscillator can only gain or lose energy in chunks of size h bar omega. This is what it means to say that energy is quantized, and we refer to a chunk of energy equal to h bar omega as one quantum of energy. And the energy of the quantum oscillator then depends on the number of quanta of energy that it possesses. We also note something very interesting in the case where n equals 0, corresponding to the ground state of the quantum harmonic oscillator. We see that even in this lowest energy ground state, the oscillator still has non-zero energy equal to half h bar omega, and this energy is known as 0 point energy. This is essentially telling us that even in its lowest energy state, the quantum oscillator is not perfectly still. It still fluctuates with some small amount of energy. Now, here is where things get really interesting. Let's momentarily return to our wave on a rope example. We saw that a wave on a rope is essentially a large number of coupled harmonic oscillators, and we've just seen how quantum mechanics causes the energy of the oscillator to become discrete. So can we apply these rules to our entire wave? For simplicity, let's imagine that we fix both ends of the rope and then allow the rope to oscillate. In this case, only certain standing wave patterns are allowed. The condition for a standing wave is that only an integer number of half wavelengths can fit between the fixed ends, and each unique wavelength is referred to as a vibrational mode of the system. If we label each of the allowed modes with an integer m, and if we imagine that the length of the rope is given by L, then the wavelength of the nth mode will be equal to 2L over m, and then given the relation between wavelength and wave number, the allowed wave numbers will be given by m pi over L. The allowed angular frequencies can then be calculated using the dispersion relation for the rope. It then follows that a general wave, here pictured in yellow, can be built up by forming a superposition of different wave modes and by adjusting the amplitude of each of the different modes. Okay, so let's now ask, what happens when we apply quantum mechanics to this system? Well, the amazing thing is that each wave mode behaves like an independent quantum harmonic oscillator. In other words, each oscillation mode m has discrete quantized energy levels given by the following relation, where n counts the number of quanta in that particular mode. This is telling us that the energy in any given mode of oscillation is quantized, meaning the energy can only be increased or decreased in chunks of h bar omega m. And we say that adding or removing this amount of energy corresponds to adding or removing one quantum of energy. Okay, so we're now ready to ask the big question. What happens if we apply these same ideas to relativistic fields? Now, it turns out that the answer to this question completely revolutionized our understanding of the universe and provided an entirely new framework, one we now call quantum field theory. To show quantum field theory in action, we're going to consider the modified relativistic field equation that we encountered earlier, which, if you recall, gave rise to the following dispersion relation. Now here's the key point. When we quantize this field, in other words, when we apply the rules of quantum mechanics, exactly the same thing happens as with the rope. Namely, each allowed wave mode of the field behaves like a quantum harmonic oscillator, meaning that the energy of each mode is quantized, and the field can only oscillate with discrete amounts of energy, and the energy needed to create one quantum of oscillation of the field is equal to h bar omega. To see what this means within the quantum field theory framework, let's take our dispersion relation and multiply both sides by h bar squared. In that case, we end up with the following expression. Next, we observe that the left-hand side is simply equal to the square of the energy of one quantum of the field, and so we can write our equation in the following form. And this equation now relates the energy of one quantum of oscillation of our field with the wave number k and the minimum angular frequency omega naught.
We opened Johnston RV Center in 2014, my son Nick and I. We've met all kinds of folks from all over the United States. We have a big map on the wall. It just has pins everywhere in all these different counties and different states. Many of them I remember the customer, I remember the families, and at least I know that each one of those pins represents somebody that put their confidence and trust in us. We're one of the few dealers in the Southeast that offer the lifetime warranty from Warranty Forever, which is a great program for our customers. When they come back to see us year after year, they come in for service or come in for parts or just come by to say hello. It's really interesting to hear their stories about all their camping trips and where they've been and where they intend to go. We really try to keep the best inventory in stock, a great selection from reputable manufacturers, best warranty that we could get, and just great relationships with our customers is what we built this business on.
Curious about that skincare treatment everyone's been talking about?
Wonder what's going on with your pet's health and how to keep them happy?
I'm Erin, and this is Care Experts, the podcast that brings you face-to-face with professionals who know the health and wellness tips you've been excited to hear.
And I'm Antonio. I'll be chatting with pet experts about your beloved pets.
Each week, we're sitting down with top experts who give you the real deal on treatments and procedures.
From understanding new veterinary options to simple care tips that really make a difference, we're getting answers from people who know their stuff.
This season is chock full of brand new moments you're sure to love.
So subscribe to Care Experts now, your weekly dose of insider knowledge brought to you by Care Credit.
Now, if you stare at this expression long enough, and if you're familiar with Einstein's special theory of relativity, then you may notice that this equation bears a striking similarity to Einstein's energy-momentum relation E squared equals P squared C squared plus M squared C to the 4. This equation tells us how the total energy E of a particle depends on its momentum, P, and its rest mass, M. It's a foundational result in relativistic physics. Now, step back and look at both expressions side by side. They're structurally identical. Both have a total energy squared on the left-hand side, and both have a term on the right-hand side that represents some kind of minimum. In the case of Einstein's energy-momentum relation, the rest mass energy represents the smallest amount of energy a particle can possess, just by virtue of existing. Whereas in the dispersion relation, we have a term representing the minimum frequency with which the field can oscillate. This one-to-one structural match is not a coincidence. To see why, let's match terms. If we equate the first two terms, and then divide both sides by c squared, and then take the square root, we obtain the relation p equals h bar k. And if we then use the definitions of h bar and k, we recover the famous de Broglie relation, linking a particle's wavelength and momentum. But the magic doesn't stop here. If we compare the second terms on the right hand side, we find the relation m squared c to the 4 equals h bar squared omega naught squared. And if we then rearrange for m, we find the following remarkable relation: m equals h bar omega naught divided by c squared. This is an astonishing result. This equation is telling us that within a quantum field theory context, the rest mass of a particle is directly determined by omega naught, which, if you recall, represents the minimum frequency of oscillation of the corresponding field. This is telling us that each wave mode of the field behaves like a quantum harmonic oscillator, and each quantum of oscillation, each chunk of energy h bar omega, corresponds to one particle with total energy equal to h bar omega and momentum equal to h bar k, with rest mass energy equal to h bar omega naught divided by c squared. And so we've discovered something truly remarkable. Particles are the quanta of relativistic fields. the field is the fundamental entity, and particles are the smallest possible excitations of this field. This is what we stated right at the start of the video, and now you know what it means. And this identification, that one quantum of the field equals one particle, is one of the most profound and beautiful ideas in all of modern physics. It connects waves, fields, and particles in a single unified framework. And we can take this idea even further and consider how to describe massless particles within this framework. If we take the equation we've just derived for the mass of a particle in terms of the minimum oscillation frequency and set this equal to 0, then we see that this implies that omega naught must be 0, meaning that the waves corresponding to massless particles do not have a minimum frequency and are therefore described by the unmodified field equation. Furthermore, we see that if omega naught is 0, then the energy equation resulting from the dispersion relation simplifies, and after a bit of rearranging and simplifying, we end up with the famous result E equals hf, which, as you know, is the energy of a massless photon, which Einstein famously used to explain the photoelectric effect. And because there is no lower limit on the frequency of this type of field, a photon can have any arbitrarily small amount of energy. And so now we're finally in a position to answer the question that was posed at the beginning of this video. What is a particle? Hopefully, if you followed along this far, you're now ready to understand that a fundamental particle is the smallest possible vibration of a quantum field, a single quantum of the underlying relativistic quantum field. And so, to summarise and wrap up this fantastical journey, we have seen that according to quantum field theory, particles with mass are described by the modified relativistic wave equation, where the field has a minimum oscillation frequency, omega naught, which determines the particle's rest mass. On the other hand, massless particles are described by the unmodified relativistic wave equation, with no minimum frequency. And in the modern framework of quantum field theory, this is the deep unifying picture that underpins our understanding of nature itself. Particles are quanta of relativistic fields. Within this framework, quantum fields are regarded as fundamental, and the familiar particles of the standard model emerge as the quanta of these fields. For example, a quantum of the electron field is an electron, a quantum of the electromagnetic field is a photon, a quantum of the quark field is a quark, and a quantum of the Higgs field is the famous Higgs boson. Every particle in the universe is, in essence, a tiny quantum mechanical ripple of an underlying relativistic field. And this is where our journey ends, for now. Of course, there are many questions that have been left unanswered in this video. For example, what determines the minimum vibration frequency of a fundamental quantum field? Why do some particles have mass and others do not? And how do particles interact with each other within this quantum field theory framework? These are deep questions, and in many ways, they take us right to the cutting edge of modern physics. But for now, I hope that this journey has given you a deeper intuition for one of the most beautiful ideas in all of physics. And speaking of building intuition, if you've enjoyed seeing how ideas like calculus and differential equations quietly underpin the wave equations and field concepts we've explored today, then you'll enjoy going deeper with today's sponsor, Brilliant.
Deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper you'll enjoy going. Oomba, 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 boom, boom, ah, ah. Wasn't that nice? The Los Angeles Dodgers told us to get the fuck on up out there. You get on up out here, boy. Tell you what.
The bespoke AI Family Hub Plus refrigerator with AI.
From the Los Angeles Dodgers. They just took to Twitter writing, "This morning ICE agents came to Dodger Stadium and requested permission to access the parking lots. They were denied entry to the grounds by the organization. Tonight's game will be played as scheduled." Here's the footage from that occurrence. Let this be a reminder to every person, every business, every organization, every entity. You always have a choice. Do you stand up to authoritarianism or do you become complicit in it? The Los Angeles Dodgers just chose the right side of history. So let me explain why the situation with the Dodgers is particularly important. Trump's ICE agents have been conducting sweeping raids across the city, targeting everyone from day laborers at Home Depot to workers at garment factories, folks who are working on construction sites, and everyone in between. We're talking about raids that have sparked massive protests, prompted Trump to illegally deploy the National Guard and the Marines to Los Angeles, and turned America's second largest city into what looks like occupied territory at the hands of this administration. And in the middle of all of this chaos, ICE agents thought they could just waltz into Dodger Stadium and use it as a staging ground for their operations. Because that's what this was about. They weren't there to watch Shohei Ohtani. They wanted to use the parking lots, presumably to process detainees or to coordinate raids in the surrounding community, the community that supports the Los Angeles Dodgers. And in no uncertain terms, the Dodgers said no. It's also worth noting that this incident happened on the same day that the Dodgers were planning to announce assistance for immigrant communities affected by ICE raids. And that's not a coincidence. The team has been under pressure from fans to take a stand, especially after singer Vanessa Hernandez sang the national anthem in Spanish at the stadium, despite being told not to, in what became a powerful act of resistance.
It's okay, we are going to do the song in English today, so I'm not sure if that wasn't or if that wasn't relayed.
But even with that context, what the Dodgers opted to do today went beyond symbolic gestures. They didn't just issue a statement or make some donation, they physically blocked federal agents from using their property. They turned ICE away at the gates of the stadium. That is direct action, and it's exactly what we need more of. And look, will this invite government retaliation? Possibly, and probably. But you know what? This government is going to retaliate anyway. They're going to abuse their authority anyway, so you might as well fight back. You gain no goodwill by engaging or cooperating with this administration. You just look like a pathetic enabler. And if you don't believe me, just ask Paul Weiss Law Firm. And let's be clear about what the military has been doing in Los Angeles, because this isn't about law and order or securing the border. It isn't even just about terrorizing communities, although as far as the Trump administration is concerned, that's part of the allure for someone like Trump and Stephen Miller. Here's the insidious reason that Trump may be so focused on ensuring that he's able to keep the military deployed in Los Angeles. Here's an excerpt from my newsletter today. Back in 2020, Trump engaged in discussions to seize voting machines as part of his effort to overturn the election results. Draft executive orders were prepared that would have directed either the Department of Defense or the Department of Homeland Security to execute that plan with the help of sycophants like Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, and Michael Flynn. To Trump's dismay, the effort was ultimately abandoned after officials like Bill Barr, Chad Wolf, and Ken Cuccinelli reportedly told him and his allies that the government lacked the authority to seize the machines. But Trump's second term is about correcting the errors of his first. Never again will he empower people like Mike Pence and Mark Esper who refuse to enact his illegal edicts. Never again will he be restrained from using the U.S. military as his own personal police force. And never again will he miss his opportunity to entrench Republican control for the foreseeable future. 5 years ago, Trump's plan to seize voting machines and overturn the election was blocked from within the government. But what few responsible officials remained have been replaced by loyalists. And now, with Trump deploying the military into American cities, he will have boots on the ground to execute his plans. Mark Elias digs into that point further here.
This has been Donald Trump's playbook from the beginning. And also remember, after the 2020 election, he mused about whether he could send the military to interfere with the counting of votes. He wanted the Department of Justice and the FBI to potentially seize voting equipment. This is serious stuff. And this is Donald Trump's way of using the immigration issue as not just a way to, trample on civil liberties, not just in a way to trample on federalism, not just in a way to flex his dictator and authoritarian wannabe streak, but also to put in place the next steps, if he wants to and feels like he needs to prevent free and fair election.
In other words, Trump is trying to incite violence to use that as a pretense to be able to send in troops, because those troops are going to be his enforcers if and when he tries to overturn the next election. He couldn't do it in 2020, but things are different now. Gone are the Mike Pences and in are the Pam Bondis. So without any barriers within the government and with troops stationed outside of the government, Trump will have all the pieces he needs in place to ensure that his dictatorial edicts come to fruition.
You know when you get distracted by a fluffy little dog rocking the same necklace as you? Then suddenly, you've overdrafted. With Cash App, you're good. Get free overdraft coverage when you direct deposit at least $300 each month.
On a distant world, you faced the enemy. And all the while, you were vacuuming. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen.
Which is why resistance is so important. Again, you gain nothing by cooperating. You lose the respect of Americans. In the case of the Dodgers, you'll lose the respect of your own fan base. But you also embolden a lawless administration, and there is some serious danger in that. Because the more people, businesses, organizations that bend the knee, the more empowered this administration feels. And we have seen what happens when this administration feels empowered. What the Dodgers did today matters, because every institution in America is going to face the choice. Do you normalize Trump's authoritarian tactics by cooperating with them, or do you stand up and say, not here?
Excuse me.
We've got passion, we've got determination. And if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we always had this vision of bringing things into existence that previously had never been seen.
This is the world's largest axe.
We bounced a plane, a boat, and a car, and it was wild. So today, How Ridiculous have 50 million followers.
We're in the billions of views.
Tens of billions.
That's pretty good.
I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years, but if we can do this as a job, anything's possible.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
There's a better way to save on work travel. Book your work travel on Engine to find exclusive deals and save up to 60% on hotels and extended stays. Wherever your work takes you, save big on work travel.
Well, we waited nearly a year to hear a verdict in the Karen Reed case, and yesterday we got it. Not guilty in the murder of John O'Keefe.
The jury's decision elated Reed's supporters, but disappointed O'Keefe's family and friends. And the question now is, where do things go from here? Our Sophia Zabo joins us live now with a look at what's ahead. Sophia?
Well, Karen Reed may be criminally cleared of murder, but she is not out of the woods yet. A civil case against her is still pending, and the outcome of that is still up in the air. A sea of pink exploding in support as Karen Reed walks out of court a free woman.
We're happy, we're numb, we're celebrating, we're getting together as a family in here.
After 4 days of deliberations, a jury found her guilty of operating under the influence, but acquitted her of murder, manslaughter, and leaving the scene. It was to the dismay of O'Keefe's friends and family.
This circus, it's unacceptable. But you respect the jury's decision. It's what it is. You just move on.
Do you think we'll ever really find out what happened?
I don't think we will. I don't think we will.
Providence attorney Bill Dimitri tells 12 News people should pay attention to what comes out of Reed's civil case, saying while we may see some of the same people testifying, a new person could take the stand, Karen Reed herself.
Plaintiff in the civil case will be able to force her to testify. She can't plead the fifth. She's already been acquitted, so there's no double jeopardy. They can't bring the case back. If she took the stand and said, I actually did it, it's still over.
The suit was filed by O'Keefe's family, who are seeking at least $50,000 in damages. Some experts say they have a chance of victory due to the legal standard being lower.
Proof to a preponderance of the evidence. As I always say, that's like a feather on the scale, whereas proof beyond a reasonable doubt, you need like a lead balloon. Wow.
2 Canton bars are also named in that civil suit. O'Keefe's family say they overserved Karen Reed the night he died. Reporting live, Sophia Zabo, 12 News.
Hey everybody, what's going on? This is Matt Mando with NSSF, the National Shooting Sports Foundation. We are the Firearm Industry Trade Association, representing as law enforcement from across the country. We are so excited to be a sponsor of National Police Week 5K. We are going to be talking with law enforcement and promoting the partnerships that NSSF is proud to be a part of, keeping our communities safe. We're doing a little Q&A. We partner with law enforcement to hand out free gun locks across the country for people to practice safe firearm storage in their house. What do you think it is, A, B, or C? 30 million gun locks, 40 million gun locks, or 50 million gun locks free that we have partnered with law enforcement to hand out?
30 million.
30 million?
Yeah.
Going to surprise you. It's more than that.
How many?
41 million.
Get out. Hey, that's good.
Thanks for running.
All right, brother.
All you do.
Appreciate it.
Have a good one. How's it feel coming across the finish line?
Oh, awesome feeling. Did it with my wife. We did it together, so it's awesome feeling.
That's fantastic. Congratulations. Hey, the firearm industry partners with law enforcement across the country to help keep communities safe. The firearm industry participates in with you guys across the country more or less than 10,000?
More.
More.
You would be correct. If I had a prize, I'd give it to you. One of the things, we partner with Don't Lie for the Other Guy, anti-straw purchasing. How does that make you guys feel as law enforcement in communities, knowing that we're partnering with you to help keep firearms out of the hands of prohibited individuals?
It's an awesome feeling. That's how it is. Partnership. It goes a long way. So yes, I feel it's great.
Awareness is everything, right? So it's good that we're partnered.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt quickly got derailed during today's presser after the media began asking questions about Trump's beef with Tucker Carlson, the current divide in the MAGA fan base, and what Trump's stance on the war is. Now, the presser was made to talk about Trump's immediate domestic agenda, to talk about the bill that is currently stuck in the Senate because it adds to the debt and is a massive redistribution of wealth. But as you'll see, after Caroline Leavitt quickly gives an update and tries to pivot off, she loses control of the meeting because everybody begins to ask questions about Tucker Carlson, about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let's start off with her giving an update about Iran, and then we'll go from there.
Now, regarding the ongoing situation in Iran, I know there has been a lot of speculation amongst all of you in the media regarding the president's decision-making and whether or not the United States will be directly involved. In light of that news, I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, "Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks."
At Sarah Toyota, we're always looking for ways to make your experience better. Now selling your vehicle is easier than ever. Just visit our website, answer a few quick questions, and we'll take care of the rest. We'll contact you, schedule a convenient pickup, and get you paid fast. It's that simple. No hassle, no stress. Scan the QR code or visit sarahtoyota.com to start your easy sale today. Sarah Toyota, serving the community for over 35 years.
I originally started out rhyming. I needed instrumentals, and we would get beats off of cassette tapes, but I wanted a certain sound, so I figured I'll start making beats. I had an 8-second sampler, my grandfather's records, my uncle's record. Started from that. I got the bug ever since. I stopped rhyming and just went full-time making beats. Like, I come from a hip-hop foundation, boom bap, a lot of jazzy stuff, some house, broken beats, 8-bit sound. I'm like a chameleon with the styles, man. It was quick on Serato Studio already, but once you added Serato stems into the mix, that speed up the workflow tremendously for me. Prior to the stems dropping, I would have to use a lot of outside plugins. Now it's just drag the sample straight from Serato Studio library, boom, you get the chopping. Or you can take your drums out, the bass line out, so you can get a quick kick drum and maybe layer it with something else. Then if you want the acapella, like finger snap that quick. The drums sound clean, the bass line sound clean. It's like y'all use some kind of alien technology or something. A lot of samples out.
He did the 2-week thing. Donald Trump once again did the 2-week thing that he's done with healthcare, that he's done with the war in Ukraine. And except this time he said the negotiations may or may not happen, maybe within the next 2 weeks. This weak indecision coming top down from our president is the reason this war is escalating in the way it is. Because when you are weak and indecisive, you allow Israel or Netanyahu to control the narrative and to pull us along. Immediately after this, Caroline Leavitt begins to be asked about Tucker Carlson, about Marjorie Taylor Greene. But she didn't just get asked once. She didn't just get asked twice. Almost every single question that followed was about Tucker Carlson and the beef that started.
Like that.
Thank you. To what extent is this 2-week delay with Iran the result of interventions by the likes of Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, or the entreaties of European leaders who want a de-escalation?
Look, the president hears all voices across the country, and he makes decisions based on his instincts. And he has always said diplomacy is his first option.
And is he still planning to attend the NATO summit next week?
He is, yes. We will be departing from Washington on Monday morning.
What is this weird flip-flopping? I'm so sorry, but she just said peace is the first option. But 2 days ago, Donald Trump was tweeting, "We know exactly where the Ayatollah is. Unconditional surrender. We could kill the Ayatollah, but we won't. Everybody flee Tehran." What do you mean? What do you mean peace. How could that possibly be diplomacy or peace? Trump doesn't know if a deal's gonna be cut, and honestly, I don't think he was influenced by Tucker Carlson. I don't think he was influenced by the MAGA fan base. I genuinely just don't think he knows what to do. I think Donald Trump doesn't know what to do when he's allowing Israel to pull him along. Then, another question gets asked about the MAGA civil war. This time, the person asking the question seems to be coming from a kind of far-right position and is trying to press Caroline Levitt. Take a look.
So Rhino warmonger Lindsey Graham, he recently called on the U.S. to go all in.
That's quite the lead to a question.
He started off the question by saying Rhino warmonger Lindsey Graham.
So Rhino warmonger Lindsey Graham, he recently called on the U.S. to go all in.
That's quite the lead to a question.
Right. What's your message to everyday Trump supporters? Not the Tucker Carlsons or other big names, but everyday Trump supporters, grassroots who voted for President Trump to stop the wars, rejected this in the primary, going into another war with voting against Nikki Haley.
Is she going to give a nuanced answer about how the president has flip-flopped his position, or is she going to give a cult answer? What do you think?
And they want to see non-U.S. involvement in this war. What's your message?
Trust in President Trump.
It can't get any more cult than that. Her answer was trust in President Trump.
President Trump has incredible instincts, and President Trump kept America and the world safe in his first term as president in implementing a peace through strength foreign policy agenda. And with respect to Iran, nobody should be surprised by the president's position that Iran absolutely cannot obtain a nuclear weapon. He's been unequivocally clear about this for decades, not just as president, not just as a presidential candidate, but also as a private citizen. In fact,
but you know what's not clear is how close Iran even was, because Netanyahu or the Israeli intelligence services have differing narratives than U.S. intelligence. U.S. intelligence said they're pretty far away. Yet Netanyahu and the intelligence beneath him used the idea that they were very close as a pretext to start this, and Trump is allowing himself to get pulled in. So no, I don't trust the president. No, he doesn't have good instincts. His instincts are to delay everything by 2 weeks and just hope it works out in his favor.
In fact, I have some quotes for you. In 2011, President Trump said America's primary goal with Iran must be to destroy its nuclear ambitions. We cannot allow this radical regime to acquire a nuclear weapon that they will either use or hand off to terrorists.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is she about to list off a list of quotes of Trump basically proving he's not anti-war and he does want to intervene in the Middle East or in regime changes?
In 2015, the president said the problem is that Iran poses an existential threat to Israel, our Middle Eastern allies, and the United States. And of course, the president has repeated that in his first term as president and his second term as president as well.
Caroline Levitt then gets asked one more time about the Civil War and Tucker Carlson.
Sure.
A few weeks ago, Tucker Carlson reported on a meeting between the president, Mark Levin, and others at the White House. Is there a leak investigation, and can you say who else was in that meeting?
I'm not aware of a leak investigation at this time. I, for one, do not reveal details about the president's private meetings without his permission to do so. But certainly the president does not like when people leak. He takes that very seriously. This entire administration takes that seriously, and that's why you've seen at agencies some of the cabinet secretaries have been given the authority by the president to let go of staff who are...
We're very concerned about leaks, except for when the Department of Defense secretary is leaking our war plans to multiple people in a group chat. We really care about leaks, except the fact that basically everything that happens behind the scene leaks, such as Elon Musk shoulder-checking Besant. The thing is, with the Biden White House, they kept a pretty tight ship.
Okay, for game night?
Royal Kingdom is a brand new puzzle game that just launched, so we don't need these.
Wait, what? Hey!
Or these.
Those are my games.
I told you, all we need is Royal Kingdom. You can build kingdoms by solving puzzles. Here.
Oh, wow, that is fun.
Yeah.
You're right. We don't need these games.
And it's free to download.
Well, don't need these.
You don't even need Wi-Fi.
See you later, router.
And best of all, no ads.
No ads.
You got, back it up, back it up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Was that an overreaction?
Maybe. But this game is awesome.
Can we we play the game now? Download Royal Kingdom today.
We are at Millgate School. Our school is a special educational school for children with special educational mental health needs. So my name is Zubair Ibrahim. I'm an assistant head at Millgate School, leading on the digital strategy here. Discovery Schools Trust decided to go with ACES, especially the ACES Travel Mate. The Trust, we've developed a relationship with ACES, using ACES for our Bring Your Own Device scheme. And so that relationship is kind of flourished into this new scheme where we're looking at these devices that are AI enabled with a processor that can handle the new load and strain that it's having on efficiency and those sorts of things. The Acer devices, specifically the Intel Core Ultra processor that is helping drive the AI co-pilot within the devices, has allowed children to use generative AI to construct images that they want for their coursework, or even as simple as, generating a cat driving a car to help reading comprehension has been mind-blowing.
Yeah, so we've got 10 and 11-year-olds in our classroom. The Acer laptops have been brilliant, especially really differentiated learning for the students that we've got, in particular with our reading progress. By using Copilot, we've been able to really differentiate reading to meet individual students' needs and then help us with the next steps to push them on in their learning and their reading. The Intel Core Ultra processors have been a great addition to students in their lessons, being able to open many different apps.
You can have a lot of criticisms of Biden, but there weren't a lot of leaks coming out of the White House. The Trump White House is full of leaks. It's like WikiLeaks investigations after leak after leak after leak. Caroline Levitt is then asked why Trump thinks there's still a chance Iran would even come to the table for a deal when they've pulled out and when Israel essentially humiliated Trump by nuking his deal. Not actually nuking it, but they just blew up his deal.
Within the next 2 weeks.
What makes him think there's still a substantial chance is my question.
I'm not going to get into the reasoning and the rationale. The president believes that, but that's his position, and he will make a decision within the next 2 weeks.
Caroline.
Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. President Trump has said previously in regard to Russia, he's used this phrase about 2 weeks several times in terms of we expect like a 2-week deadline and then you give another 2-week deadline. How can we be sure that he's going to stick to this one on making a decision on Iran?
Well, in those deadlines, as you've seen in respect to Russia, Ukraine, might I add, these are two very different, complicated global conflicts, as you know, that the president inherited from our previous incompetent president in the weakness of the previous administration. And the president has spent a tremendous amount of time and effort cleaning up these crises that were caused by the last administration's just complete dereliction of duty on the world stage and American weakness. Now we have American strength again. With respect to Russia and Ukraine, because of that American strength, and the president's leadership, we have seen these two sides engage in direct negotiations. And the last time the president said 2 weeks, you saw Russia and Ukraine have direct negotiations for the first time in years. And so the president is always interested in a diplomatic solution to the problems and the global conflicts in this world. Again, he is a peacemaker in chief. He is the peace through strength president. And so if there's a chance for diplomacy, the president's always going to grab it. But he's not afraid to use strength as well, I will add. Franchise.
Let me prove to you very quickly that Trump is afraid to use strength. If Trump would have used strength, he could have already actually ended the war with Russia and Ukraine, or at least gotten us very close to a peace deal. What Trump has done is allowed Putin to ghost Zelensky and the United States multiple times on the world stage when they were going to sit down for ceasefire talks, and then rather than giving Putin any sort of repercussions or yelling at him or increasing sanctions or helping Ukraine, what he does is he removes intelligence and weapon sharing from Ukraine. He says he wants to even lift sanctions on Russia. That's not strength. That's being a weak pushover, and Trump is a weak pushover with all authoritarian leaders because, as Vlad Vexler says,
real
they
good.
give him a source of narcissistic supply. When Donald Trump is looking at Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping or somebody with a lot of, executive power, dictatorial power, he views them as an ego boost, as narcissistic supply. And I'll leave it at that. Caroline Levitt is a propagandist, and we will work tirelessly on this channel to push back every single day. We are introducing new faces. We're going to build this to something bigger than MAGA media could ever imagine. So if you want to join the journey, hit the like button, subscribe. I love you all. I'm grateful for each and every single one of you. I've been meeting a lot of you out in public, and it's been awesome. So I love you all. Peace out.
This is a nice setup you have here. Oh, nice. Nice.
A lot of people ask how NICE became the leader in AI-powered customer experience. And yes, we have an incredible AI platform, but honestly, our secret sauce is Kristen Bell.
Kristen has an abnormally high baseline for niceness. We tested it repeatedly.
You've just been transferred for the 4th time.
I love meeting new people. It says your package has arrived, but you can't find it. Ooh, a mystery.
You get to the restaurant, but they've given away your reservation.
Takeout and dinner at home? Even better. Your friend is late for lunch. No, I was early. That's on me.
You've now been on hold for 45 minutes.
Jam into royalty-free music, baby. I have an apple or a banana. Thank God I had toilet paper. And if I hadn't lost that job, I would have never started hula dancing. She doesn't break.
I'm just drawing hearts now.
Me too. We're creating a nicer world with the nicest human on Earth. No, you are. No, you are. No, you are. No, you are. It's not a competition.
Hey, Rick.
Phoebe.
You got weeds?
Oh, I got weeds.
You got weeds? Oh, I got weeds. I got the hay fevers. I got the pollens.
All right, do you guys want to see a grown man completely rattled after being grilled in front of the Senate by one of our top dogs? Senator Tammy Duckworth, who is just an amazing politician, came out and obliterated Pete Hegseth's entire tenure at the Department of Defense in just a few-minute clip. I don't want to waste any time, so make sure you drop a like to boost this, and hit subscribe below to join the crew and never miss another upload. We are going to punch back against MAGA, and it happens with you all. So subscribe to join Mockler Media. Check this out.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to my colleague from Oklahoma, I believe the Secretary of Defense has just responded last week and admitted that the $1 billion mission that he led against the Houthis, who do not have a navy, has not restored the transit of U.S. flag commercial vessels through the Red Sea, and in fact has resulted in the loss of 2 F-18 Hornets to the tune of $60 million apiece, as well as, I believe the last count was 7 Reaper drones to the tune of another $200 million. You are blowing through money like my fellow cadets and I did in our first Liberty after basic camp. Luckily, I didn't end up with a questionable tattoo. Your failures, Mr. Secretary, since you've taken office has been staggering. You sent classified operational information over Signal to chest thump in front of your wife, who, by the way, has no security clearance, risking service member lives in the process. You blew the $1 billion fight against the Houthis, whom, again, as my colleague says, has no navy, and yet you lost all of those aircraft. You've created such a hostile command environment that no one wants to serve as your chief of staff or work with you in other senior DoD leadership roles.
I'm sorry, the subject matter of this isn't funny, but I'm laughing my ass off because he's getting grilled.
But what we should all be talking about, more than all of this, is that you have an unjustified, un-American misuse of the military in American cities, pulling resources and attention away from core missions to the detriment of the country, the warfighters, and yes, the war fighting that you claim to love. I don't know if this is because you are too inexperienced and incompetent to understand the real threats facing our country, or if it's because you are just an unqualified yes man who can't tell the president how to keep Americans safe. You are focusing on renaming bases for Confederate generals. You said just now to Senator King that to a man and to a woman, we would rather be associated with the old Confederate names. Well, I am one of those women. I served at Fort Rucker, Alabama, a base that was named for a traitor who took arms against the United States of America, led troops who killed Americans. It was renamed for Mike Novosel, a Medal of Honor recipient, who in his citation for the Medal of Honor includes that he saved 29 American lives, to include hovering backwards in a helicopter towards an enemy bunker where a wounded American was laying and saved that person, including after being taken fire himself. I know a little something about what it takes to...
Sorry to pause because there's more, but this is a point that we need to be hitting on more. Not only is Trump restoring the names of Confederate bases, of Confederate soldiers to those bases, people that were traitors to our country, but in doing so, he's removing the names of Medal of Honor recipients. What Senator Duckworth was saying there was explaining somebody who flew a helicopter backwards into enemy fire to save the lives of 29 Americans. But apparently, some random Confederate soldier who had slaves and wanted black people to be enslaved is more important than that. It's frustrating.
To fly a helicopter when you've been hit by enemy fire, that was heroic. I'd rather be associated with Mike Novosel than a failed Confederate traitor. I don't know whether you are inexperienced or too incompetent, But I wonder when you will actually focus on our nation's warfighting mission. We know that California is just a deliberate, systematic political and dangerous campaign led by you. We should not be using our military to play cops against Americans. General Kane, as chairman, a key part of your job is to coordinate military planning across the joint force. Is the department currently incorporating into any military plans expanding the use of the reserve forces to include the National Guard or active duty troops to support domestic law enforcement, including in other locations in the United States?
Senator, you know, we careful.
No, General.
Well, it's not really a yes or no question, Madam Senator. We plan all kinds of different things.
I think it is a yes or no question.
I'm not aware of anything, but the reason why I'm answering is the tags may be looking at something that I'm not aware of.
What are you doing at your level? You're not aware of that happening at your level? Because we know that on his first day, President Trump directed U.S. Northern Command to revise its unified command plan to add new planning requirements to combat, and I quote, criminal activities. A series of follow-up executive orders continue to redirect DOD priorities to supporting domestic law enforcement, including one in April that tells DOD, and I quote, use national security assets for law and order. In other words, do law enforcement's job. I'd like to enter these executive orders into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Secretary Hegseth, you say you are focused on warfighting and warriors. These are your words. Yet you are diverting untold DOD resources and attention to a fundamentally non-military mission of domestic policing. Across the country, we have qualified police officers who are trained for that mission. They know those streets better than the Marines you deploy to Los Angeles, who normally focus on the Indo-Pacific.
Yep, there's more to the clip, but over and over, Governor Newsom and the LAPD and people in California said, we have it under control. We don't need you to override us and mobilize not only the National Guard, but the Marines. Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump mobilizing the Marines was a massive escalation, a waste of our resources, a misuse of military force, and you know, it's just disgusting because then a few days later, Trump holds his military parade. It's just all pawns to him. Trump is playing optics with our military. He doesn't actually care about being effective, as we've heard.
And you recently approved 700 more troops in 3 other states to do admin and logistics works for ICE. You say all of this is valuable training, but I would much rather have our troops do tough, realistic training relevant to high-end combat. Instead of typing in spreadsheets for ICE, they should be conducting live fire maneuver exercises. Instead of patrolling American neighborhoods and standing in front of federal buildings, they should be rehearsing call for fire missions. We have local police who can stand in front of those federal buildings. And the list of distractions goes on. You are encouraging the DOD workforce to go work for DHS in increasing numbers. You're pulling the military away from facing foreign enemies who literally say things like death to America. And you're putting troops with weapons aimed at Americans. Mr. Secretary, let the military get back to its real job. Stop forcing them to do DHSs. And if you want to be the DHS secretary, maybe you can apply for that job when you're fired from this one due to your incompetence.
Very, very well said from Senator Tammy Duckworth. Damn, what a political knife fighter, as I always say. Some people don't like that term, but that is what we need in the Democratic Party right now. Somebody who can hold Pete Hegseth's feet to the fire. And like, the thing is, Senator Tammy Duckworth did that all without even talking about Signalgate, Part 1 or Part 2. I mean, she did briefly mention Pete Hegseth adding his wife, who is not authorized, into the group chat. She did briefly mention that, but the point is, she didn't even go for any of the obvious main headlines. She literally broke down the numbers and said, dude, you've wasted $60 million on this plane, $60 million here, an extra $200 million here, and you have nothing to show for it. Pete Hegseth has nothing to show for any of it because, as the senator said, he is inexperienced, he doesn't know what he's doing, and that shows every single day. But to Trump, he's a pawn that Trump can control. And I'll just end it off with this. A lot of this is fun and games for the Trump admin right now. For us, it's terrifying. But for the Trump admin, the Elon Musk stuff, it's fun and games. The Qatari jets, it's fun and games. But if the economy, when the economy starts to falter, as it is right now, people are going to start hyper-fixating on, you know, who's getting rich while I'm losing money? Who in this administration is benefiting while I'm not? And very quickly, we're going to
Da-da-da-doo-doo-doo-da-da. Do you like it like that? Tell me, tell me. Do you like that? Do you like it? I'm proud of today's progress. Yeah, yeah. Man, fishing hopper bobber. Cause I left it right there, didn't I? Cause you left it right there, didn't it, bobber? You don't need it right there. That ain't got shit to do with shit though, does it, Billy? I need to tell a couple of things to be silent, but I'm about to start the training back up. Ooh, yeah. And hopefully it will make a good difference. Now that I've corrected a whole bunch of issues. Except for that one, what happened there, I wonder? It really don't hurt like that, Billy. No, 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 no. Do you like that? My tummy grumbly for some food. I saw him lift his foot so he won't be as badly scored. As if he had just stayed 2 foot the whole time. Ooh. Look at it, Billy. All he did is fall and he got 4 points. That's ridiculous. Man, if you get a good movement, man, we're going to give you a good score, Billy. Good score. Da-da-da-ee-ah-dee. Just a little window. Just a little bump. God damn it, Billy, what'd you do? Oh no. Walk your ass forward, little fuck. Yeah. Walk your ass a little forward. Bye. Gotta get some food. Player 1 is about to die. Player 1 is starving. Player 1 is about to die. Player 1 needs food badly. Look at them dance, Bella. Dance, dance, dance. Good Gord, I hope y'all learn of something or another. Oh my. It'll be the rootin'est, the tootin'est, goodest of times. Yada yada da 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 da. That looks like a nice game now. I'll let it play for a moment and then I'm going to start letting it do some training of its own. Ba-da-ba.